Witnesses David Gallop and Kerry Mather for their attendance. Welcome to the first hearing of the Committee's inquiry into the failure of the playing surface at Allianz Stadium. I acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Aurora Nation, the traditional custodians of the lands on which we're meeting today. I pay my respects to Elders past, present, and celebrate the diversity of Aboriginal peoples and their ongoing cultures and connections to the lands of New South Wales. I also acknowledge the workers who make this building function on a daily basis and those who also built this building back in the day, very often working in a dangerous construction industry. My name is Mark Latham and I'm the chair of this committee. I ask everyone in the room to please turn off their mobile phones to silent, and parliamentary privilege applies to witnesses in relation to the evidence they give today. However, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside of the hearing. I urge witnesses to be careful about making comments to the media or others after completing their evidence. For witnesses appearing from interstate, as they will later in the day, the protections with respect to the evidence they give is more limited. I urge witnesses to be careful about the comments they make during their evidence and to avoid making adverse reflections about others. In addition, the Legislative Council has adopted rules to provide procedural fairness for inquiry participants. I encourage committee members and witnesses to be mindful of those standing orders and procedures. To the witnesses, I welcome the two of you and thank you for the time you've given today to give evidence. Could each witness, starting from my left, so that's David, please state their name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, which should be sitting in front of you, please.
David Gallop, I'm the Chairman of Venues New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you.
Kerry Mather, CEO of Venues New South Wales. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And would either of you like to make a short statement? We've received your submission, for which we're grateful, but it's available to you to make a 2 or 3 minute opening statement if you wish.
Yes, we'll both take the opportunity to do that, and I'll start.
Thank you. Mr. Gallop.
Good morning and thank you for your interest in Allianz Stadium, our field of play and the recent rectification program, and the broader Venues New South Wales network. I'm joined by the CEO of Venues New South Wales, Kerry Mather, and you'll later hear from our General Manager Facilities, Johnny Nayafal, and Head Curator, Adam Lewis. Adam holds one of the most special positions in Australian sport. He is the 9th head curator since the Sydney Cricket Ground was established in the 1850s. Over roughly the same time, there have been 47 premiers of New South Wales. I would ask that you recognise Venue New South Wales' obligations to the psychological safety of our employees. We take this seriously. The reality of today is that some of our staff are appearing in an environment that is wholly unfamiliar. They're here at your request, and I know they'll do their best to assist the committee. That said, today is an opportunity for the committee to better understand Venues New South Wales and our broader operations. It is also about explaining what happened beneath Allianz Stadium's playing surface, what we've done to fix it, and how we're applying the lessons learned. Let me start with the essential point. The drainage issue at Allianz Stadium did not originate in the turf that you see or in the maintenance practices carried out by our grounds team. This is the clear evidence from our independent root and branch review, as well as the timeline of drainage issues at Allianz Stadium. The problem sat deeper. In short, a subsurface sand layer installed during the stadium's construction failed to perform to expectations. It contained levels of silt and clay that slowed water movement, meaning that during heavy rain, water did not drain fast enough. That resulted in the pooling on the surface that the public saw so clearly, either in person or on broadcast in 2024 and again in 2025. The turf system itself is the same class of elite surface used at the SCG, Accor Stadium and elsewhere, and it's managed by the same highly skilled teams using the same practices and methods. What happened was not a maintenance failure, it was a structural one. It was not immediately apparent because the testing used at the time of construction, again at the 2024 occurrence, overstated the drainage capacity of the sand under controlled conditions. It wasn't until we brought in independent global experts in 2025 that the full picture became clear. Once the root cause was identified, we moved decisively. We necessarily undertook a full reconstruction in late 2025 under independent oversight, removing the entire drainage layer, replaced it with new material that passed the required internationally recognised testing standards, introduced a slight camber to assist runoff, and installed a reinforced, ready-to-play turf system. What we have now is a fully rebuilt field underpinned by a drainage profile that has been tested, validated and benchmarked at an elite standard. Throughout this process, Venues New South Wales kept our partners, codes, clubs, members and stakeholders informed. We relocated matches only when necessary. Importantly, no scheduled match was cancelled outside the planned renovation window. We also paused the contingent turf procurement process during our investigations to ensure full integrity in our decisions, and that tender process has resumed. As Chair, I also want to speak briefly to my own professional experience inform my approach to this issue. How my own professional experience informed my approach to this issue. I've spent much of my career in high-pressure environments in Australian sport. I was the CEO of the National Rugby League for a decade and the same for the Football Federation Australia for 7 years. Those roles required navigating crises, setting standards for competition integrity, and making decisions that had very public consequences. Evidence, accountability, and transparency are key. It's vital to act early, bring in independent expertise, and engage openly with all stakeholders. These principles guided our response here and continue to shape our work at Venues New South Wales. As the Chair of Venues New South Wales, I'm comfortable with how we responded to the drainage problems in 2025, and much of that is down to our CEO, Kerry Mather. Kerry brings deep executive experience from her years running Sydney Airport and leading the SCG Trust prior to heading Venues New South Wales. She has a uniquely strong record in managing complex infrastructure, overseeing major operational programs, and embedding rigorous governance frameworks. Her calmness, clarity, steadiness, and strategic approach have been crucial in guiding this organisation through the challenges surrounding Allianz Pitch. Under her leadership, Venues New South Wales has strengthened how we plan, test, procure and report on our playing surfaces across the network. Importantly, at Allianz Stadium, the rebuilt drainage profile, the turf layer, the sand and gravel system beneath it, and the subsurface pipe network now performs the way it was intended. This experience has taught us several lessons. First, elite sporting fields are not just grass. They are an engineered system that depends on every layer performing properly. Second, testing methods must match the real-world conditions the field will face. Third, new playing field builds have to include the right specification and testing processes. Finally, I will turn to where I began with thanks. The New South Wales Executive Council scrutiny improves the way our public institutions function. Venues New South Wales' responsibility is clear to ensure that when tens of thousands of people turn up to a major event, whether it's in perfect weather or flooding rain, they can rely on a safe, resilient, world-class venue. That's what the people of New South Wales expect, and it's what we are committed to delivering. I'll now hand over to Kerry to make her opening statement.
Ms Mather.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, David, and good morning also. Thank you for your time today, and thank you for your visit to Allianz Stadium late last year and for the ongoing engagement with this issue and with Venues New South Wales more broadly. I trust seeing the venue and meeting some of the team gave you a better understanding of our systems, planning and the operational discipline that sit behind running Australia's busiest rectangular venue. I've been the CEO of Venues New South Wales since it was formed in December 2020. We operate some of the busiest and most diverse venues in Australia, across Allianz, the SCG, Accor Stadium, Combank Stadium, McDonald Jones Stadium, Wynn Stadium and our entertainment centres, our fields and facilities host elite cricket, AFL, rugby league, football, basketball, netball, rugby union, concerts and community events. Each code brings its own requirements. Each event places different stress on the surface, and the calendar leaves very little room for error. My colleagues Johnny Naofal and Adam Luce will take you through the maintenance practices next and answer any questions in their areas of expertise. Elite sports field preparation and maintenance are highly skilled tasks, and our grounds team perform them under tight windows, heavy usage demands, and at times extreme media and public interest. A clear illustration of our capability was the summer we delivered this year at the Sydney Cricket Ground. Under extreme pressure following 2-day test matches in Perth and Melbourne, our grounds team led by Adam delivered an outstanding test pitch and outfield. The SCG hosted a 5-day test to close out the Ashes series with record modern-day attendances and the highest possible ICC match referee ratings for the pitch and the outfield. It's important to understand that we have a traditional or permanent wicket block at the SCG, so our preparation is significantly different to other venues around Australia, where the cricket wickets are grown elsewhere and moved in for the summer only. We know expectations are high from teams, broadcasters, fans and the public, and we welcome that. And our responsibility is to meet them, and our aspiration is always to exceed them, as we did this summer at the New Year's Ashes Test match, and as we aim to do at each of the venues in our network. Allianz is undoubtedly our busiest stadium. It hosts multiple home teams, multiple codes and multiple matches on a single day, and is often booked for consecutive event days on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday and Sunday. Wear and tear on the turf is expected. Our preparation for and recovery from events is deliberate. It's informed by data and not by gut feel. We track surface hardness, grass coverage and stability. Through our preparation and participation in the inquiry process, I hope we've been able to give you a better understanding of how our stadiums operate, their benefit to the community, our close relationships with our home teams and codes, concert promoters and a range of small to medium businesses, and most importantly, the fans that fill the stands. We aim to deliver memorable experiences for everyone who visit our stadiums, from the fans to the officials to the athletes and performers. When we encounter challenge, we work rigorously to identify and then resolve issues. In 2024, when the drainage issue first became apparent, as David outlined, we acted promptly and appropriately to address it with the builders and their original advisors. When the issue returned in 2025, we brought an entirely independent body to completely review all available documentation and evidence, the full drainage profile and our maintenance practices. No stone was left unturned in this process. The outcome is clear. As the committee saw in person, the drainage layers now function as intended, our maintenance practices were supported, and the original drainage material was identified as the root cause. Lastly, I acknowledge the importance of this inquiry and the committee's diligence. We're fully committed to assisting you in any way we can, and David and I are now ready to answer questions.
Thank you very much for that, the committee members. We'll now move to questions, starting with myself as the chair. And can we start with the item in the news this week? You had tender specs saying that the turf for Allianz had to come from the broader Sydney metropolitan area, but apparently, even though Evergreen at Windsor had been your preferred supplier for many years, the turf for the new Allianz surface at the end of last year and through to January came from Evergreen, Pakenham, Victoria. But then shortly after being laid, it looks like a third of the pitch, some 3,000 square metres, has been ripped up and replaced. How could that happen so quickly?
So when the turf was laid, the turf that was supplied actually came from Victoria. And during the transport, or during the harvesting, actually on some very hot days, 40-degree temperatures, and the combination of the lengthy transport, some areas of the turf, when they were laid, were not to the standard of presentation that we would have expected. So some of the couch had died, and that affected the the coverage by the RAI. So we made the decision that the supplier was required to rectify those patches, but rather than actually rectify patches around the centre of the ground, we required them to do an entire section so that it knitted neatly with the remainder of the surface, so that for the remainder of the season we had a well-presented surface.
So when the turf arrived at Allianz from Pakenham, is it right that Adam Lewis and STRI inspected it and gave it the green light to be laid? And if so, how did they get it so wrong?
You're going to be talking to Adam shortly. I'd suggest that you actually discuss what processes he went through to address the issue.
But as CEO, you must have made your own inquiry as to how grass that was laid just a couple of weeks earlier and had been inspected by these people and green lighted had to be ripped up. And I suppose the embarrassment and inconvenience for Sydney FC being sent down to Leichhardt to play their game earlier in the week. What are your inquiries showing, Ms Mather?
So we're only rescheduled 4 games for Sydney FC during the period between Christmas, when the concert season finished, and the 31st of January when they played their derby game. The field was actually satisfactory to play on the 31st of January, and in fact they won that derby match, which we were delighted about. So it would have been fine to persist, but given that we'd actually just procured newly laid turf, it was appropriate to ensure that what we were delivered met the standard of our requirements.
Yeah, but it didn't. And how did Adam Lewis and STRI get it wrong? Within a few weeks it had to be ripped up and replaced when they inspected it. These experts inspected it when it arrived at Allianz. Wouldn't you expect them to have expert opinion in saying it's good to be laid? If it was faulty, wouldn't they send it back straight away?
I've answered what I can for your question to make sure that we actually got the problem addressed. I'd suggest you actually talk to Adam and STRI on the steps that they took when the delivery of the turf was taken.
We'll go into it further in the inquiry, but do you think Venues has got a bad habit of accepting and paying for substandard product from Evergreen?
I think we have rigorous processes in terms of our procurement in every stage of the implementation of our processes.
Okay. In your submission to this parliamentary inquiry, are you confident that Venues New South Wales has provided all the relevant information, data and chronology of events that explain what's happened at the playing surface at Allianz from 2022 onwards?
Yes, we have ensured that we have fully participated in this inquiry and all the processes that actually led up to it. So, that's included preparing a thorough submission, so it's a 5,000-word submission, providing multiple additional documents and other information that the committee requested. We fully participated in a standing order of 52, where we supplied 620 documents. We've answered more than 118 questions on notice. So I think we've engaged in good faith, promptly and comprehensively to make sure that we've actually responded to all of the requirements and ensure that the committee has a complete and full set of information. Okay,
well, going to your submission, how do you explain the following omissions from what was presented to this committee? At page 5 of the submissions, you maintain that, and I quote, the field of play requirements were specified in the Sydney Football Stadium project brief, end quote. Why did you fail to mention the key performance measure for drainage in that document at page 216, paragraph J? And I quote, the pitch must have a drainage infiltration rate of a minimum of 200 millimetres per hour. Isn't that the key performance measure that we should have been advised of right at the beginning of the new stadium?
So the project brief is a document that was prepared by, for Infrastructure New South Wales in the lead up to the stadium build. I think it was a document prepared by PricewaterhouseCoopers. This actually, the origin of the document, I think was done in 2016 or somewhere thereabouts, maybe thereabouts, before my time. But it was prepared by PwC and their advisors for Infrastructure New South Wales to inform the process and tender documentation for the project. What we know, I am aware that project brief specifies that best practice drainage rates are 200 mils. STRI, you're aware that when the second incident occurred in terms of the drainage failure in May 2025, we called in STRI, who are one of the world's leading experts in sports field presentation, UK-based group, and we, given that this was the second issue that we'd had, we decided to do a root and branch review of the of every aspect of the drainage. So they covered from the top of the turf to downstream Paddington pipes, the design of the stadium, basically their entire work together with geotechnical engineering experts, plumbers. They basically stopped short of the Great Sydney Dyke. I mean, they really reviewed every aspect of the system. STRIs, based on their world experience and best-in-class testing and requirements, suggest a drainage rate of 300 mils an hour, at least 300 mils an hour.
Okay, again going to the submission, why did venues fail to make any mention of the crucial sporting report of August 2022, the first drainage assessment of the new surface at the Allianz Stadium? This was supplied elsewhere to the committee. That's the document entitled Allianz Stadium Playing Surface Handover Assessment by John Neeland and Amy Dingle of Sport End, dated the 22nd of August 2022. Isn't this a crucial document that should have formed the basis of your submission, the first ever drainage assessment of the new turf at Allianz?
So that was August 22?
Yep, the 22nd of August 2022.
So
Allianz Stadium Playing Surface Handover Assessment, as it was handed over from John Holland to venues.
Right, and so by SportEng.
Yep.
And so SportEng were the original designers of the system, and so the report covers what?
Well, let's go through some of the detail. Who at Venues New South Wales saw this report and checked whether John Holland had met the drainage rate specification in the project brief? That is, who accepted this and the turf as acceptable for going forward at Allianz?
Yeah, so when the new stadium was handed over from Infrastructure New South Wales to Venues New South Wales to operate in August, they did so with all the handover documents, which included all the certifications and showing that they passed all the required tests that they undertook at the time. With drainage rates measure the movement of water through the entire drainage profile, and what we know from STRI, and I know you'll have the opportunity to meet them this afternoon, what we've learnt from them is that the test that determines drainage rates through the sand layer is the ASTM 1815.
Yeah, with all due respect, that's not what I'm asking. I'm sorry.
11.
That's a separate matter we'll interrogate this afternoon. I'm asking who at Venues New South Wales read this report, thought it was acceptable, thought the contents of the report were valid in the handover, and accepted the turf surface as being acceptable going forward. Someone, was it Mr. Lewis? Someone obviously read this report, ticked it off and said, yes, we're right to go with the turf.
That was not our role. Our
That
role,
wasn't your role.
No, that wasn't our role. Our
What was your
role
role?
was not in relation to the construction itself. So the construction was actually managed by Infrastructure New South Wales with John Holland. It was handed over to us as an operator. They got all the certifications in place. It was handed over for us, and we take it from there.
Yeah, but
So
you
we
must
don't-
check. There must be an engineering report saying the roof won't fall in, or the
No, we
seating
don't
is
do
safe.
that.
There's none
No,
of
we
that?
don't receive any funding to do that.
There's a playing surface handover assessment.
That's
Maybe
right.
you can take it on notice, but this was obviously written so that someone at Venues could read it, check it, and be certain that the playing surface was acceptable for use. No players were going to break their knees or
And it
do an
was
ACL
based on
going
the
forward.
tests, well, it purportedly was based on the tests that they'd run at the time. And SportEng also provided to us a maintenance plan for
Okay.
the care
I'm
and
not asking
maintenance
about
of
the
the
maintenance
turf.
plan. I'm asking who read this document and ticked it off as an acceptable handover of the surface, the playing surface. You
Presumably
take that on
Infrastructure
notice?
New South Wales, but I'm happy to
You
take
can
it
take
on
that on
notice.
notice, thank you. Why does your submission fail to mention the key conclusions in this sport end handover report to Venues New South Wales, namely at page 3 that the turf product from Evergreen Windsor had been subject to repeated heavy flooding, including, and I quote, the turf was again inundated in July 2022 and was underwater for about 5 days, end quote. So attempts had to be made to remove the silt that had settled. Naturally, it had been under 5 metres of water for 5 days. And then, of course, it was transported to Allianz soon after in late July 2022. Why doesn't your submission mention that? That you accepted at Allianz turf that had been underwater for 5 days? No?
So this was in July 22?
This is from, I'm quoting here from page 3 of the handover assessment report prepared by Sporting,
Right.
who knew about the sort of turf that was laid at Allianz prior to the opening. And they say it was inundated in July 2022, it was underwater for about 5 days. Naturally, a whole bunch of silt settles on that turf. There was an attempt to remove it, and then it was transported to Allianz.
The stadium wasn't in our hands. So remember, Infrastructure New South Wales had custody of the site. We were in another part of Moore Park, so we were based over in EQ, and the stadium was locked. So we didn't have access to the site until it was handed over.
Okay, further in the report, why isn't this mentioned in the venue submission? And I quote, the wet weather and floods have made it difficult to achieve as high a quality turf that could otherwise be expected. That is, there's a worry here that you've accepted a substandard product from Evergreen.
And when was that?
Well, it's in the handover
The same
assessment
report.
report on the 22nd of August 2022 from Sporting.
And did they highlight the drainage issue?
Yes, I'm coming to that too. At pages 6 and 10, they write that the acceptable infiltration rate was set at just 100 millimetres per hour minimum, 200 in the earlier spec. And I quote, some turf had a slightly more noticeable silt layer, which will slow the infiltration rate, locations 1 and 8. So they've identified the silt being a problem in terms of drainage right there at the beginning of the history of Allianz Stadium surface. Page 8, there is still some silt noticeable in the turf.
Okay,
So isn't this known from the very beginning that you've accepted product from Evergreen at Windsor, where there's notable floods, 4 floods through 21-22, there is still some silt noticeable in the turf?
So the first drainage issue didn't occur until 2 years later. So when it was handed over, everything was actually fit and ready for operation by Infrastructure New South Wales to us. The first drainage issue occurred in August 2024. We brought in Sporting to do a review, and their review was because the turf had actually been under flood, that it needed to be removed and replaced. So that has actually been done. So
Well, with all due respect, Ms Mather,
2024.
this report sets out a drainage issue and problem right at the very beginning. At page 10, they outline 20 testing points for the new surface at Allianz for drainage, and only 11 of those, so just over half, exceeded the project brief drainage rate of 200 mils per hour. 9 failed, nearly half failed the project spec that had been allocated for Allianz. So wasn't there a problem from the very beginning if anyone read this report and took it seriously?
The drainage issue didn't emerge for 2 years. So it first came to light, and that's when it first attracted our attention in August 24, and we acted immediately.
Are you aware of this report at all in all your research and preparation for this inquiry?
I'd have to take that on notice.
Okay, if we take the STRI submission to this inquiry, an ideal drainage rate is 300 mils per hour plus, then only 8 of the 20 drainage test points, so only 40% were adequate, 60% were inadequate from the very beginning. How do you explain that level of incompetence, that you accepted silt-infested turf from Windsor? It was tested here in a handover report by Sporting, a group you know well, and 60% of the test points were inadequate according to the STRI standard.
I suggest that's a question for the builder.
The builder. Well, they handed over and gave you an assessment
To the
report.
builder.
I don't think they sort of just put this in their filing cabinet. It's an assessment handover report. But if you can take on notice whatever happened to it. Furthermore, by the Sporting 100 plus requirement, only 14 of the 20 sites were above the 100 mil. So whether you're going by Sporting, the original spec or STRI, wasn't there a problem from the very beginning that should have been known and rectified, mainly by saying to Evergreen, you've given us a silt-infected product, you can take it back, and you better give us something that's proper standard quality for an $825 million stadium?
As I said, the matchday drainage issue first emerged in August 24, and Sportinge's advice was to remove and replace the top 100 mils of the profile, so half sand, half turf, which was done. Now, the fact that it reoccurred in May 2025, it was clear that the problem wasn't fixed, and so we engaged a completely independent company, STRI, to actually review every aspect of the system and all of those materials, and they came to the conclusion very clearly that it was a result of a subsurface drainage layer failure. There was excess silt and clay in the sand drainage layer that was installed in the original 2022 construction. So actually replacing and removing the turf didn't fix the problem. They didn't identify the problem in the sand layer, and SGRI identified further that the issue was not with the turf and it wasn't with the maintenance practices.
Yeah, we'll come to that with STRI later in the day, but do you accept when Sporting did the report, they identified silt in the turf, and there's no mention of sand in this handover assessment? Do you accept that?
Just to assist the committee and perhaps the witnesses, could I suggest that whatever document that you're referring to be tabled so that the witnesses are provided an opportunity to respond, and perhaps the committee members also?
Yeah, well, we can circulate it, sure. I'll get a clean copy of it because my notes are all over it. It came to us via Evergreen, who had a copy of it. So I would have thought it's common knowledge. And there's no more important document when you take control of a new stadium than a playing surface handover assessment. We can do that. And answers are also being taken on notice. There was just one more from me, and that is who signed off on the initial turf delivery and installation at Allianz? This product arrived one day, silt infected from Evergreen Windsor, who looked at it and said it's fine to be laid at Allianz.
The one that had been flood affected, John Holland and their advisors.
Okay, no
So,
Adam Lewis.
I think that's Sportinge, actually.
Sportinge looked at it.
I think so.
Did Adam Lewis look at it as the curator? He's going to be responsible for the quality of it going forward. Wouldn't you expect someone from Venues would have looked at it?
Venues New South Wales had no access to the site. This was actually when the stadium was actually being developed. So our role was to come in after all the handover had been done and to operate the stadium. If I can actually just say, again, that turf has actually been removed and replaced.
I know that.
In August
replaced
24.
by other Evergreen product. They're doing quite well out of it. I'll now go to our Deputy Chair, the Honourable John Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. My question is for Ms Kerry Mather. Now, I, as you know, came out to see the stadium with you a few weeks ago, and I left that meeting with the impression that we had solved the problem and that things were all going to be fine from this point forward. So it was disappointing to read in the Sydney Morning Herald 3 days ago that we've had to rip up another section of the centre section of Allianz. Now, is it accurate to say that these are actually quite separate issues, except that Evergreen is, the common denominator is that Evergreen is the supplier?
Yes, Evergreen is the supplier. So we have a contract in place with Evergreen. They are, having gone through a tender, that contract has actually been on foot since 2016.
Now, in Australia, there are, am I correct in thinking that for this level of turf that's required, the highest level, there's really only 2 potential providers?
It's a very narrow market for fields of the scale that we're talking about, yes.
And just remind me, what's the name of the other provider?
HG.
Okay, and but across all your stadiums, the contract is with Evergreen?
Yes.
Okay, and can I ask how long those contracts?
We have used HG from time to time for some specific requirements, but yes, the underlying contract is with Evergreen.
So if we go to other sort of similar countries with world-class sporting venues, would it be accurate to say that they also have a very, very limited number of suppliers, or is it a more competitive process?
I couldn't say what happens overseas. We follow New South Wales procurement requirements, and so there's much more of a focus on having whatever we're procuring based in New South Wales.
So do you think that we could be having better outcomes if we had a more competitive process, if there was, say, 4 or 5 tenderers when you're wanting to renew the contract, but there was 4 or 5 that we could get a better price and get a better quality of product?
I think wherever you've got more competitive tension, yes, that's a positive thing. We are always striving for a really strong field when we actually go to market with whatever procurements we're doing. So having maximum number of participants in the process generally delivers better outcomes.
Good. Okay. Well, we're in strong agreement on that. So, has there been any internal discussions about? I mean, you're a massive consumer of the turf products. Has there been any internal discussions? Maybe Mr. Gallup might like to contribute as well. Has there been any internal discussion about how we can bring about a more competitive process? Because it does feel as though we do have a private company here, but it's almost part of the bureaucracy, because it's sort of you're using them, and there's only one other smaller competitor. So is there anything that we can do to encourage a more competitive environment?
That's a good question. We've tried to do the same. It's just the scale you're procuring it on. Generally the suppliers need large tracts of land. So there's probably some natural impediments there.
So the new Allianz reopened for business in 2022, and you were just saying earlier to the chair that it took 2 years to realise we had the problem. Since it did recommence, or since we've identified the problem, what has been the total cost for these remediation efforts?
So there have been different remediation processes. So in 2024, the cost was around 1.6 million for the removal of the top layer of the profile, that top 100 mils. The cost for this one is about 5 million, could be closer to, it's between 5 and 6, let's say, because the costs are actually still coming in.
No, but that's not including this more recent thing in the middle of the pitch, is that right?
It does.
It does include that.
There've only been 2 instances.
Right. Okay, now who's paying for that? Is that Evergreen paying for delivering potentially a faulty product, or their insurance, or the taxpayers?
So where they were required to do the rectification the other day for the small patches that didn't meet our requirements, or which were damaged in transit, that was at their expense. But where, as government's flagged, this is a warranty matter, so it's been progressed through those processes. Okay,
now, am I correct in thinking that you own, or you operate 8 of these facilities, and you've got another one at Penrith being built, and that all up, those assets would be valued at about $8 billion?
No, what's on our balance sheet is actually a lot less than that, but yes.
Oh, that's from my briefing note.
It was, yes.
I thought it was undervalued. I reckon the Panthers would pay $1 billion for owning that field.
No, I don't think it's...
And
it depends on how
you... old City Ford would pay at least $1 billion for Allianz, so you've got specialised buyers. That was my estimate.
I see. Okay.
As an expert.
I think on our balance sheet it's about 4.
4 billion.
Round it off.
4 to 9, let's put it down.
Mookie would love you to be providing the valuation.
Yeah, but specialised buyers pay more anyway.
Yeah.
I suspect the chair is correct in that if these were put onto the market, I suspect that they're quality assets. Now it is. So look, let's take the lower end.
Sorry, just point of order, just to be clear, that's just an opinion.
That's an opinion.
It's all speculation.
Yes.
But let's take the lower end of the spectrum here. Let's say they're worth $4 billion. Now, in the private sector, we'd be expecting a 5% return.
Yep, that's it.
That would be about $200 million a year. But Venues New South Wales is, I understand, close to sort of revenue neutral. It's not, you're not receiving taxpayer monies, but you're also not paying a dividend to the government. Is that accurate?
Yes, we don't make very much to actually make a dividend. Unfortunately, we just we generate sufficient revenue to cover our operating
To keep
costs,
going.
maintenance and debt service.
Okay, so the taxpayers of New South Wales have put in a lot of money and we're basically getting nothing for it. So could I ask Mr. Gallagher...
Can I just take a point of order? Listen, I do this reluctantly. I think this best works if the question is put in a clear and unambiguous way,
Yes.
without a value judgment, because that creates an issue for the witnesses who are really faced with two questions: the value judgment that's presented, and they're almost challenged to address that, and the substantial question. So I'm just
Yeah,
making-
Greg, I don't think the question's outside the standing orders. It's the questioner's opinion that we're not getting much value in that venues don't pay a dividend back to the central budget. And I think we can allow Ms Mather to
Okay.
rebut anything that's inaccurate. Carry on.
My understanding is that the revenue that you are making on these billions of dollars worth of assets is really only coming from food and drink sales on the day. Correct?
More or less, yes, that's the bulk of the attendance-related revenues.
Now, in similar countries, the US, the UK, Canada, I mean, most of their stadiums of this size are overwhelmingly privately owned. Now, could I ask Mr. Gallup, is this a discussion that has there been any discussion internally at the board level or elsewhere about thinking maybe we could get more value and less burden on the taxpayers if we privatise these venues?
No, I don't recall that being discussed in great detail. I mean, it's a matter for the government, really. They're government assets that we operate and manage.
Yes, but you've been a sporting administrator at a very senior level for decades, and so you understand these environments well. I mean, could you give us your view on do you think they could be better utilised if they were in private hands?
I mean, their assets are used by a big cross-section of the community. Particularly in recent years, we've introduced a big music program, which means that the grounds are not just used by the lovers of the sports that are played there. And in that sense, we provide a lot of value to the community by providing entertainment across a broad section of things. Yes, there are privately operated stadiums around the world. Equally, there are government-run stadiums.
Well, it's not like Australia. I mean, in comparable countries, they are overwhelmingly privately owned. So what do you think is the advantage in having it publicly owned?
I mean, there are stadiums in Sydney that are effectively privately owned. Cronulla is not owned by the government. That's a different to the other football grounds in the city. So I think anywhere you look, you'll probably find a mixture.
We better move our questions on. Wes Fang, and then we'll come over to government members.
Mr. Gallop, I noted in your opening statement that you ruled out that the turf was the cause of the drainage issues, that you said that it was related to the silt clay base that was laid initially. Who made that determination?
Well, that's what you're going to hear from STRI this afternoon.
Okay.
And that's why a big remediation program has taken place around the sand. Also in relation to the curvature of the ground.
Yep.
And, thus far it's proven to have fixed the problem.
And we had the opportunity to see those issues, the curvature, the drains. We lifted up the grates and had a look at some of those matters when we did a site visit out there. Has it been communicated to you at all that perhaps the issue of the sand base being impacted by silt and clay was the source of that silt and clay was the turf?
No, I don't think that's the finding. The finding is that the silt and clay was in the sand when it arrived.
Okay. Let's accept for the moment that that's the finding and that that's what you've been told. The evidence that Mr. Latham has just provided, and certainly is evidence in this report here, would draw you to conclude that perhaps, potentially, there was infiltration of silt from the turf into the sand base, and that the the turf was the source of the silt. Would you accept that this evidence now presented to you, which I accept that you perhaps have not seen, would lead you to conclude that perhaps that's the case?
I think you're better off putting that to STRI this afternoon.
Okay. Given the evidence that you've heard in relation to this report, do you now have questions for STRI as to whether their report is accurate, that it was the sand that was contaminated when it was laid and that the turf wasn't the source? Or do you believe now that it's potential that the turf was the source?
Well, the proof appears to be in the pudding. The drainage problem now appears to be fixed. Mm.
But
so
both issues have been removed, as far as I was aware. And certainly when we were out there, it was the case that the sand layer was removed down to the rock layer. And I remember looking at the pipe, and I talked to the people about whether the drainage pipes were proud of the surface or down, recessed into the concrete surface, and then you had the rock layer. And so I asked a lot of questions about the details as to the profile view of how it was done. My understanding is that the sand silt layer, the infected area that was blocking the drainage, has been removed, as the turf has been removed, and has all been relayed. So yes, the problem is solved, but the question is, was it the sand layer that was impacted before, or was it the turf layer and the silt has progressed down into the sand?
I think I'm going to say to you again, I think you should interrogate STRI about that, but I'll make the point. The turf was replaced and it didn't fix the problem. The sand was then replaced.
Because the silt had leached from the turf originally into the sand layer.
Right.
Would you accept that is a possibility?
I think you're better off putting that to STRI.
Okay. The next thing I want to probe.
Do you want to say something about it?
Yes, I was just going to add, in STRI's report, so their recommendation is there should be no more than 2% silt and clay in the sand. It actually had 9%. The level that it had showed that to be at that level, the turf would have had 50% silt and clay. It was implausible.
And you say it's implausible. However, this report apparently indicates that there was visible silt. And so in those circumstances where there is visible silt, you would expect leaching through the turf into the sand layer, and that it's perhaps not the sand layer that was actually the issue, it was the turf.
Yeah, so in the August 24 turf that was found to be flood affected, there was some concern that the silt had actually leached through to the layer of sand.
Yes.
And so that's why, and so they tested progressively as to how far that might have gone down. And their recommendation was to remove the top 100 mils of the profile, which included the turf layer. So sand was removed as part of that.
Yes.
But of course, when STRI came in nearly a year later, when they did their different testing, so they used a more robust test, and they did a particle size test, they found that actually the level of silt and clay was so substantial across the sand layer profile that they were confident and confirmed that it was there from the construction installation.
And certainly when we lifted those drains, we could see it in the drain itself.
Exactly.
Now, the next thing
if you remove the sand in August of 2024, what was STRI testing a year later?
They only removed a certain
mil.
level. So if the sand layer is actually, let's say, 200 mils, only about 50 odd mils of sand was actually removed as part of that top 100 profile.
Right, but then all the sand mixes together, doesn't it?
Yeah, so you're right, Wes.
Yeah. Yes. So I want to now get to another issue that has perplexed me about this whole matter. The original contract specifications were that the turf that was to be laid had to come from a certain radius within the stadium. And now, my understanding for that is that the turf, obviously being a live product, is harvested and then transported and laid. And it's the case that obviously the closer the harvesting and transport is to the stadium, the less time it is without water, etc., etc.
Yeah.
Now, in the first instance, it's come from within the radius as specified, and it's been laid. And we've obviously, through the report, understood that it was silt affected, and we'll dispute whether it was the source of the drainage issue, but it's certainly been laid and we've had an issue. Now, this is the bit that I find really perplexing. You then decide to source turf from Pakenham and Victoria. Now, instead of having it again locally. And the question I ask is why? Because obviously the original specification had it within a certain radius because of those reasons. The transport issues, the issues of it dying. And indeed, certainly now that we've gone and purchased it from Victoria on a hot day, as you've said, and harvested and moved and everything else, we've transported it here and it's died. So in those circumstances, why did you change the specifications to allow it to come from Victoria if it wasn't, as Mr. Gallup indicated in his opening statement, considered that the turf was the issue? Why would you then go and buy turf from Victoria if you didn't think that turf was the issue from within the radius?
It's a very good question. Our turf requirements, so the tender is in place, we establish the procurement requirement from time to time, having regard to the quantity and nature of our long-term event schedule, and we manage that closely to ensure that we've got sufficient turf available in the reserves to actually meet those content requirements. And that has regard to when we know we've got concerts and you know what that might do in terms of the turf and so on. This was unexpected, so we didn't have the turf reserves in our usual quantities available. Plus, there was some concern to actually make sure that, and SGRI specification covered everything from looking at the turf through to the sand profile. They looked at every aspect of it. The sand specification was actually quite specific, and that's where they actually spent all their time. So the concern with whatever reserves were available at our disposal within that radius was that the sand perhaps didn't meet the requirements. It could have been addressed, but we just felt that the...
Sorry, when you say sand, I'm talking about
on the existing reserves. On the existing reserves.
Sorry, I'm talking about the turf though, not the sand.
Yes, the sand underneath those turf reserves.
Yes.
We wanted to make sure we procured new sand that actually met the specification requirements. Anyway, we just didn't have the turf reserves available, so we had to go further afield.
Okay. So
Last question, Wes.
yeah,
This
is my last question. And
it reinforces why you need to procure within the 7 kilometre radius, because it means you've got climate that is actually similar as well to the climate where it's going to be laid.
So in those circumstances, why, when there was a silt-infested turf that was within the radius, procured instead of going further afield to actually purchase the original turf? Is that an Infrastructure New South Wales question? I can see the heads behind you nodding. I can see you desperately wanting to come and answer the questions, which
Okay, let's get on to an answer. We're starting to run out of time.
Yes is the answer. Thank you.
Okay. Emily Savall?
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today. Just to start off with, could you outline for the committee why you engaged STRI and what you have done since their report?
So, of course, the first time we had an issue in August 24, which was 2 years after the handover of the stadium to us, we approached the builders and their original advisors. And their recommendations were followed. Then come 9 months later, when the issue reoccurred, we decided not to go back to any of those, or in fact to engage anyone who had actually worked with our venues before. It was better to have a completely fresh set of eyes reviewing all aspects of the system. So we looked in Australia and around the world at who the best turf sports fields experts were. They have unrivaled credentials, And so we engaged them to look at every aspect of the system. So they looked at, from the maintenance regime to the turf, to the sand drainage layer, the gravel, the pipes, actually right through, as I sort of said, that between them and the plumbers and geotechnical engineers, they stopped short of the Great Sydney Dyke. So it was a root and branch review of the entire system, including the designs and specifications that were procured by Infrastructure New South Wales in the first place and used by John Holland. So it was a very thorough review, and their recommendations and report are actually very thorough, as you'd expect, having gone through that exercise. I think what was pleasing about that was that we were able to eliminate a number of areas progressively in the process. So we were able to eliminate that it wasn't the downstream drainage or pipes actually going through Paddington. It wasn't actually the pipes. We were able to get cameras down some of the pipes so we can see that there were no blockages downstream. And so in layman's terms, despite all the testing they did, you could see that the water wasn't actually penetrating through beyond the turf. Their advice actually corroborated what you could actually see.
And just remind me the guidelines that you referenced for Infrastructure New South Wales procurement, when was that done?
I'm thinking they did it originally, I'm thinking in 2017. So when they developed the project brief, and that's what informed what they went to tender on. And so they did, it was a design and construct tender, and Lend-Lease were engaged initially to do the demolition, and then Lend-Lease had a first right, I think, to do the build of the stadium. The government couldn't come to an agreement with Lend-Lease, so they decided to go back to tender. They re-looked at the project brief, and there were some tweaks of material change, where there'd been some material change on something. So the project brief was updated, but nothing, I think, that affected what we're talking about today.
Thank you. Since the rectification works that have taken place, how has the field been performing?
Emily, it might help if you just move that microphone
Sure.
closer. It's just
Sorry, Chair.
Not
Thanks.
coming out clearly. Thanks.
Sorry, I'll repeat the question.
Yeah, that's fine.
Since the rectification works have been undertaken, how has the field been performing?
It's performed really well. So the committee had the opportunity to see post the rectification works, particularly of the sand drainage layer. You saw the water actually flowing through the pipes very clearly and the right velocity. And of course, the morning of the Sydney FC game on the 31st of January, we had something like 134 mils of rain. So it performed very well on the day, and in fact, Sydney wanted the pitch watered before the game and at half time to meet their usual requirements. So it had drained very well.
Okay, thank you. Could you explain, thank you as well for hosting us out there at Allianz. It was a very informative visit, I think, for committee members to see the operation and the technical expertise that's involved. Could you explain for the committee why it is important that your venues are used by multiple sports and events?
So it's a government policy. One of the challenges I think in the Australian market is there are a lot of sports played here for the size of our population, and this is what differs to some of the stadiums that you might see over in the US and UK, where you've got significantly larger populations and fewer sports. And so what tends to happen, those that own the stadium and own the sports team control the broadcast rights, down to the lucrative ticketing rights and the entire ecosystem. In Australia, it's a much more fragmented revenue model because you've got the codes retaining the broadcast rights and those revenues, the clubs keep the ticketing revenues, and hence why we only get the food and beverage, but we have the challenge of maintaining the stadiums. So it actually doesn't make it a very attractive investment proposition from that perspective. but it's, and I think one of the things behind the government's 2012 stadium strategy, which remains prescient today, is, and it was modelled on the Victorian model originally. So this was developed from memory by Graham Annesley, was to consolidate to fewer stadiums that are maintained to a world-class standard, and so that they operate for elite sports, because the standards required for elite sports are at significantly higher specification than what the community might need for its community events. For example, you need significant broadcast and media facilities, so that the sports can actually make revenues. They need the opportunity to host hospitality and attract sponsors with signage and suite offerings and so on. So it's it's just at a higher spec level than what you would see for the community. So having them operate as multi-sport mode means you're getting good use of fewer assets, operating to a higher utilisation, and so you're maximising the revenue and use of those significant government assets.
Thank you. Could you tell the committee what the other uses of Allianz Stadium in particular are, and how many days per year it's usually operational?
So we have around, it's 50 odd. It can vary, depending on special events that we have. We have, it's around 50 events a year. It's very highly utilised and very consistently utilised through the year. So we have rugby league, and soccer, and we have concerts. So what do I miss? Rugby league, soccer. And this time of the year is actually particularly challenging, which is why we needed to actually replace that turf at this point to make sure that it was resilient for the season, because you've got the crossover of Sydney FC and soccer matches with the start of the winter sport at it's quite a challenging time, and my colleagues will be able to share more of this with you this afternoon. But you're transitioning from a couch grass environment over the summer to a ryegrass over winter, and so it's tender actually at this time of the year when you've got the crossover and the most activity. So it's a multi-use is fantastic, but it also, I think one of the benefits really from the state's perspective, by having the ability to maximise the content and the variety of content, it means you're attracting a wide variety of audiences. So, we have, it has a really significant audience. So last weekend, we had an event on there every night. So it's a very heavy used stadium. Sometimes we can have 2 events in one day. It's very, very busy, and I think one of the challenges for us is, soccer have probably the highest level of presentation requirements. They're like a green carpet, if their schedule, which we don't control, follows a rugby game, where they've used their heavy sprigs, it's not exactly the desired level of presentation, but we always make sure that before every game it's safe and ready to play. So there's an inspection regime that we follow.
Thank you. In terms of Venues New South Wales funding, how is it that Venues New South Wales fund the maintenance, if you like, of the turf and the stadiums themselves?
So we don't get funded through recurrent budgets. We're actually self-funded, and so we rely on the revenues from events and commercial opportunities to fund the operations and maintenance and our debt service obligations, and so the maintenance includes the turf. So I think that model actually brings a significant amount of discipline and rigour around the management of our expenses, and to the Honourable John Ruddock's point. It just means that you're all really, rigorous about ensuring that you're actually getting, the best and highest quality outcomes for the least possible cost. So it brings significant discipline around what we do. But this is why naming rights are important. They provide us with a commercial opportunity. Any revenues are good.
I'm not sure if my colleague
Greg
has any
Donnelly?
questions.
No, I
or-
think that's covered the ones that we wanted to.
Greg Donnelly Stadium.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, if I could come back with a few other questions, please. Again, going to things that weren't in the venue submission. You've mentioned, Ms Mather, that there was an attempted and unsuccessful remediation under the guidance of Sporting in August of 2024. Have you seen the technical note and conclusions that they provided to venues at that time? A report dated the 27th of September 2024, authored by John Nayland and Jared Hill. And Jared Hill will be with us later in the day.
I don't believe I have. It would have been provided to my team, and you can talk to them about that in the next session.
Yeah, well, if I can just read to you the conclusions they've got at page 5. It appears that ready-to-play turf installed in the stadium arena for the initial installation in 2022 and returfing earlier this year, which was impacted by flooding of the farm, carried with it a silt that was impregnated in the profile. It is feasible to assume that the silt content in these systems may have migrated into the underlying root zone and sand layer. This targeted testing suggests that the original turf would have had similar silt content at 9.2%. It is likely that this high silt content caused the drainage issues experienced on the 16th of August prior to the NRL match. This is Parramatta versus the Roosters, the night that Clint Gutherson said it was the worst surface he'd ever played on in his entire career, senior and junior rugby league. Doesn't this also confirm the Sporting conclusions in the handover report that the problem was silt-infected turf delivered in the first place?
As I said before, STRI confirmed, and you'll be speaking to them this afternoon, that in fact the replacement of the turf and that top layer of the sand didn't actually address the problem. The problem was actually much deeper. It was in the sand that was originally installed in the stadium build.
Why isn't this material in your submission?
Because the drainage issue first came to light for us in August 2024.
Yeah, that's what they say, yeah, Gutho's game. They say the targeting testing of February 2024 installed ready-to-play turf highlighted that this 40mm layer had a high percentage of silt, 9.2%. So this was testing really at that time. The 9.2% silt is in the turf layer. Isn't that the cause of the problem?
What STRI confirmed was there were two problems. So the flood-affected turf was the first problem that was replaced and removed and replaced. But STRI confirmed that actually just removing and replacing that turf didn't solve the problem. The problem was in the underlying drainage sand. And so, and in fact that the ready-to-play turf that was in place, now, or in August, or in August when they reviewed it, was not the problem, nor the maintenance practices. It was actually in the underlying sand, and the underlying sand had been there since the stadium build. So
Right. Well,
what
in
it
part,
showed
it
was
part of it
that
was
what
replaced.
it showed was that replacing that flood-affected turf didn't solve the problem. The problem was there from the stadium build.
In terms of blaming the sand, isn't it true that the sand used at Combank and Allianz are sourced from the same quarry? Why has Allianz got a problem and not one at Parramatta?
It's a question you should actually direct to the others, but yes, that's right. But it's the specification, and it's looking at the composition of sand and silt and clay actually in that particular sand. The difference is, and the sand at Combank has actually been tested since, and it doesn't have a problem. But the problem was a localised issue.
What's a localised issue from the same
Localised
quarry?
issue to Allianz. A localised issue to Allianz. But STRI actually did install the sand in Combank. STRI were involved in Combank Stadium.
Okay. Are you aware of the testing of the sand that was undertaken in 2022?
During the stadium build?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, the gates were
You're
locked.
totally unaware that the sand we're talking about was tested in 2022, not just this hypothetical STRI.
I didn't have any visibility
3
to
years
that.
later. I have in front of me a test report on the sand installed at Allianz in 2022 by AGCSA Tech from Clayton, Victoria. The sample description is Sydney Football Stadium. The date sample is the 17th of June 2022. The silt and clay level is 2 to 3% below the 5% maximum that would have been unacceptable. And the drainage rate in this test document was 450 to 770 mils per hour, 5 times faster than the level required. So if it's tested in 2022, how does it become a problem 3 years later?
It's a good question. We inherited this issue, and all I can say is that when it came to light in August 2024, we did what we could to address the problem. But it depends what testing method was actually used. What we know from STRI is that the best-in-class testing method to be used for drainage is ASTM 1815 F11. But what was used, I believe, and they can shed more light on this, is the 1632 drop method, which actually doesn't test the compaction of sand under the same conditions.
I'm sure that's as useful for MPs as picking the 5th winner at Canberra today, but we'll perhaps look up those letters and try and decipher them with the Rosetta Stone down the track. The sand supply was Elite Sand and Soil?
I believe so.
Yeah, and if they're the problem, what restitution have you sought from them, given that they've created this, according to your evidence, they've created this debacle over the last 3 years? What was the warranty on the sand?
We're pursuing our rectification under our contractual relationships.
Okay, so something's happening on that front. And if Elite Sand produced this report saying it was all fine when tested in 2022, what do you do then? Have they come back to you yet?
They're a subcontractor to the builder, so...
Are you going through John Holland and it'll go down the line?
We'll work through our usual recovery processes.
Well, we'll take that up with John Holland this afternoon as well. Could I ask why Parramatta Stadium Combank had a tender spec for turf not coming from a flood-affected area, but this was dropped for Allianz spec?
Beg your pardon, can you say the question again?
When Combank Parramatta Stadium was built, there was a tender specification the turf could not come from a flood-affected area. But this was not included in the specifications for Allianz, and it did come from a flood-affected area, heavily flood-affected at Windsor. Why was that common sense specification at Combank dropped?
I don't know, it's a question you should direct to Infrastructure New South Wales.
Right. They're responsible. When we inspected the Allianz in late 2025, had the sand layer down, we could see, and the sprinklers were on, we could see clear, strong water flow at sideline drainage pits. When we asked what it was like on the 3 nights of the surface failure for NRL games, the Gutho game, the Roosters and the Broncos round 1 in March 2025, and the Women Origin in May 2025, we were told that it was a brown trickle that was coming out those nights. What staff did you have inspecting those drainage pits on the 3 nights? And in seeing a brown trickle, what did they do about the obvious problem that was right in front of them?
So in 2024, in 2025?
Yep, the 3 games. The Parramatta and the Roosters game in August of 2024, Roosters and Broncos March 25, and the Women's Origin game in May 2025. There's a brown trickle coming out. Your staff obviously are looking at the drainage pits. They see that. What did they do?
So they immediately initiated a review by the stadium builder designer in the first one, because it was, only 2 years after the stadium build was handed over to us. And their advice was that, the advice you've actually got in front of you. And then in May 2025, when the problem occurred again, we decided to actually look further afield. We realised that whatever had been done based on the advice that was provided in August 24 had not rectified the problem, and we needed to get in a fresh set of eyes, and so we brought in STRI.
Do you think it should have taken a year from that Parramatta Roosters game, Gutho's game, to decide that the whole thing needed to be ripped up? Because, there was obviously some problems that happened in that 12-month period that followed.
We were so disappointed. We take absolute pride in presentation of great services. But when the builders designers came in, they were confident that they had dealt with the problem. So we thought the problem was fixed. So when it occurred again, we said we can't go back to people that we've actually gone to before. We have to bring in somebody independent. But I think it's worth looking at these in context. Disappointing as it is, there were 3 events out of 148 over that period at Allianz and 1,500 across the network. So while we worked, assiduously to get the problem, investigated, get to the bottom of the problem and get it fixed, it didn't affect a huge number of our games.
No, but I think what surprised us, as a rugby league fan, was that the rain was so light in the afternoon, yet the ground was so atrocious. I think that was the thing that people found stunning, and even rugby league commentators, Yvonne Sampson and a few others, were stunned. I think the night of the Women's Origin, there was a game earlier that evening at Brookvale where there'd been light rain and no impact on the surface, but at Allianz, light rain produced a quagmire.
Yeah, so and look, in hindsight, and we've looked back at all these, the history to understand, and just because there was that problem in the sand, it was just compacting over time. So the problem was worsening with time until, it became very clear.
One last question, Ms Mather. Are you confident your reports to the board have been accurate and comprehensive, and at any time have you referred to the surface at Allianz as contaminated turf?
Well, given the time frame that this has been over, look, I have a very interactive relationship with the board, and I keep them informed on all the issues across our network and what's coming up. I can't tell you what I specifically said in the and I'd have to take it on notice. I'd have to go back and have a look.
Take that on notice, and there's a few other matters on notice, and also, because we've run out of time, probably supplementary questions that will come through as well. So we are up against time, so thank you for your contribution here, and the committee secretariat will be in touch regarding supplementary questions and also those ones on notice. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good point.
For our next set of witnesses for the next session, Johnny Neofile and Adam Lewis from Venues New South Wales. Adam, the hero of the SCG test that went for more than 2 days. So cricket fans thank him for that, along with those who competed on the playing surface. We thank you for making time and giving this evidence. Could each witness, starting on my left, Mr Neofile, please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation that should be sitting in front of you.
Johnny Neofile, General Manager Safety Security Facilities at Venues New South Wales. I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr Lewis?
Hello everyone, my name's Adam Lewis. I'm Head Curator at the SCG for Venues New South Wales. I solemnly and sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. We've got a session of about 45 minutes. It's available to either or both of you to make a short opening statement if you'd like.
Yes, please, thank
Mr.
you.
Neofile?
Yes, as I mentioned earlier, my name is Johnny Neofile and I'm the General Manager of Safety Security Facilities at Venues New South Wales. I am responsible for the asset management, safety and security maintenance functions across our network of venues. The most public part of my responsibility is the oversight of our elite playing fields, which are some of the busiest and most closely scrutinised surfaces in Australian sport. As you're aware, each code places different stresses on the field and each venue operates at a pace that leaves very, very little room for error. Our job is to deliver safe, consistent, high-performance playing surfaces regardless of the scheduling pressures, weather conditions or back-to-back event requirements. I want to reiterate, the elite playing fields are engineered systems, not just turf. They rely on the correct performance of every layer: turf, root zone, reinforcement mesh, gravel, profile and drainage systems. When a layer underperforms, issues arise very, very quickly. As our submission outlines, the drainage issues at Allianz Stadium did not originate from maintenance practices, but from a subsurface sand layer installed during the construction that did not perform to specification. Once identified, we rebuilt the whole entire profile under independent oversight and the field now performs as intended. I work very, very closely with Adam Lewis, our head curator, who joins me today. Adam leads a turf preparation and maintenance program across our network. Adam leads a highly skilled team who carry out their roles amid tight deadlines, weather, which is completely out of their control, heavy usage demands, and the kind of public interest that comes with broadcast sports. We use leading practices, advanced technologies to meet our demands and exceed expectations, including hybrid turf systems, grow light rigs. They allow us to manage surfaces during periods of low sunlight and heavy scheduling. We also work with some of Australia's leading turf specialists, as you know, with such as SportsEng and STRI and other consultants, ensuring our specification, testing methods, and recovery programs not only reflect but also set global best practice. For major turf and drainage works, including the October to January period, at the program at Allianz Stadium, we partner with independent experts in finding shape the solution we implement. Some critics have said Allianz issues are caused by maintenance. The best answer to that is the SCG right next door. The same leadership, the same team, expertise and practices. In the summer just finished, the outfit was given an ICC rating of outstanding, consistently throughout all formats of cricket. This is the highest possible rating you can achieve. As General Manager responsible for turf across the network, I am on the current turf tender steering committee. This is a non-voting role. I would like it on record that questions raised in Parliament prior to this hearing have implied I have an inappropriate relationship with Allianz Stadium turf provider Evergreen. I would like it on record that I have no relationship with Evergreen outside of professional working one, as they are a supplier of the turf to the Venues New South Wales network. I have no private relationship with anyone from Evergreen and I have made all my appropriate declarations. Furthermore, I cannot discuss the current turf contingent tender other than to say we are following the New South Wales procurement framework policy, and any further discussion may derail a process that has been going for many, many months. I am, however, happy to answer any questions about the drainage works at Allianz Stadium, which I have oversight of my new role at Venues New South Wales. I now hand over to my colleague, Adam Lewis, to say a few words.
Thank you. Mr Lewis.
Thank you, Chair, committee members. Thanks for the chance to speak today. My name is Adam Lewis and I am proud to serve as the 9th curator in the history of the Sydney Cricket Ground and to lead a grounds team responsible for all stadiums in the Venues New South Wales network. It's a great professional honour to continue such an important legacy, and it comes with a lot of pressure and expectations. My job goes beyond the SCG. I lead a highly skilled and specialised department split across our stadiums in Moore Park, Sydney Olympic Park, Parramatta, Newcastle and Wollongong. We are a team. I don't sit on every tractor or mark the lines before each match, but I am lucky I have a really good group of colleagues who take great pride in their work, have high standards and always willing to help one another to get the best possible results. We have a strong process around our field preparation. We test them amongst ourselves and, of course, but also with our consultants, some of whom you'll hear from later on today. We are always open to feedback And one thing I've learnt in my job is that everyone has opinion on a pitch. It's hard to dodge sometimes, but it comes with a job. I started in the sports turf nearly 30 years ago. I was the head curator of Hurstville Oval from 2001 until I joined the SCG in late 2017. We were voted the most outstanding ground in the grade cricket competition 10 times, including 3 seasons in a row before I joined the SCG. The Ashes Test this year was a career high point. There's never been pressure or media attention like it, but we delivered. And I couldn't have been more prouder of my team and to have a 5-day test.
Well done.
And the ICC match referee rated our pitch outstanding. I look forward to leading our team to replicating at our other venues this year, including Allianz Stadium. That said, I think we now are very happy to answer your questions and help the committee.
Okay, thank you very much. For questions, if I could start up. Mr Nayafol, you said in your opening statement you've made all the appropriate declarations. Do they include declarations of receiving gifts and hospitality from Evergreen?
As I mentioned, I've made all my declaration and I went above and beyond my declarations.
But to answer my question, do they include declaring gifts and hospitality from Evergreen?
If there was any gifts, it will be declared.
And which were they?
There was no gifts,
Hospitality?
no hospitality.
Did you declare the gift you received from the Roosters, one of the hirers of the game, as you attended Las Vegas season opener 2 years ago?
Yes, I funded my own way to Vegas. I paid for my trip, I paid for my flights, I paid for my accommodation, for my self-development and learnings. It was a great trip, and I declared that particular tickets to that hospitality.
And your only declaration from that trip was the tickets for the Roosters box?
That's correct, yeah.
Okay. Could I ask you, was it appropriate to accept a gift from one of the hirers of Allianz?
Part of my role, we go to many functions and supporting our sporting partners. We go to opening functions, season launches, post-season launch, sporting events and the likes. So there's a whole range of functions we go to as a support, as a venue manager.
Yeah, but they're functions that you're invited to. What about overseas accepting a gift like that to be in the Roosters box when they're a hirer of the ground? Do you think other hirers would think, oh, maybe he's got a special bias for that hire and it might come at our expense?
Yeah. As I mentioned earlier, I declared that in accordance with our code and conduct under our policy there.
Okay, and how long have you known Graham Collis, the head of Evergreen?
I started back at the SCG about 9 years ago, 10 years ago, 10 years last week actually. So he's been a supplier, Evergreen's been a supplier to our, one of our contract suppliers to our network.
So you worked pretty closely with him for 9 years?
I wouldn't say very closely. I have a professional relationship with Evergreen. Under my remit, I actually have many suppliers, contractor suppliers that we deal with. So I have oversight on those contracts.
Right. Have you got any explanation? Have you asked Mr Collis as to why they put you down as a referee on their capability statement on their tender? You've known him for 9 years and he's done this apparently without asking you, which seems incredible.
Yeah, that's a question for Evergreen. I wasn't aware of that reference.
But have you taken it up with Evergreen to say what's going on here? How can you put me down as a referee without asking me?
I haven't, no.
You've known him for 9 years and you haven't asked that basic...
I haven't asked that question.
Mr Lewis, have you asked that question of Mr Collis?
No, Chair.
No. How long have you known Mr Collis and his colleagues at Evergreen?
I've worked in the industry for like 30 odd years, so over that time, of course, I've developed professional working relationships with staff of Evergreen and other suppliers.
Right. Given that they put you down as referees without asking you, and Mr Volandis and Mr Hinton from Racing New South Wales have said the same thing, how can Evergreen be assessed as having a valid tender, given that part of it looks fake or fraudulent?
Well, that's a matter for our procurement team. So
yeah, you're on that panel. What?
I'm not on that panel, just to be clear.
Aren't you on the tender assessment panel?
I'm on the tender steering committee, not on the actual panel. I'm a non-voting member.
But don't you think it's a fair standard for a public asset like this that if a false tender has been lodged, putting down referees who weren't even asked if they wanted to be referees or could be referees, that would disqualify them?
As I mentioned, we're currently in tender mode. I just don't want to derail that tender, so that we can take that on notice. But as I mentioned earlier, that I wasn't aware of my name being listed as referee or Mr. Adam
No, I
Lewis's
saw
name.
from Minister Camper the tenders going forward again on that basis. But okay, well that's the answer to the question. Mr. Lewis, in your declarations, have you declared hospitality or gifts from Evergreen?
I've made all the appropriate declarations at the appropriate times.
Does that include gifts and hospitality from Evergreen?
Yes, I've made all appropriate declarations at the appropriate times.
Which gifts and hospitality were they?
Like I said, I've made all the appropriate declarations at the appropriate times.
Can you tell the committee what they were?
I've made them at the appropriate times.
Have you received gifts and hospitality from Evergreen?
No.
No. Okay, thank you. To both of you, what knowledge have you got of this Allianz Stadium playing service handover assessment from Sporting in August of 2022? When did you first see this? What did you do with it? Because clearly it points to a faulty silt-infected product that came from flood-affected Evergreen at Windsor from day one.
There's a couple of questions in that question, so I'll answer the first one. When did I see it? The first time I've seen that document, I can't recall when I saw it. That handover document, like many other handover documents from the project, certifications, witness testing and the likes, are designed and handed over to John Holland. So where you see there on that, it doesn't address who that handover document went to. Part of my role in that space, when I did see it, obviously there was some areas, questionable areas in that report.
When did you first see it?
I can't recall the exact time when I first saw that document.
This year, last year, the year before?
I can't recall. I have to take that on notice. I can come back to you to have a look at when I first was brought to my attention. As I mentioned, there was, with the project going back to 2016, the project brief was developed by PricewaterhouseCoopers for Infrastructure New South Wales and John Holland. So the principal contract at the time was John Holland. And they have their subcontractors. So one of their contractors, to my knowledge, is Sports Eng, who developed the specification for the project. So based on the delivery of the project, Sports Eng had to do some sort of certification to validate, they meet the specification that was issued by John Holland in the project brief.
Right, and working with Sport Eng as Venues does, you regard them as credible and reliable organisation?
They are. Sports Eng are a very reliable and credible organisation, like many other turf experts and subject matter experts in that field. We used them many times in the past. They actually developed our turf management plans and turf management practices we follow to date. So we respect them and we respect their advice.
And same set of questions to you, Mr. Lewis, when you first saw this report from Sport Eng pointing to silt-infected product that had come from Windsor in 2022?
As Johnny stated, I don't recall the exact date, but I have seen the report after we were handed the field. As in my role, I do work closely with Sport Eng. I think everyone knew about the flood at that time of the year. New South Wales was struggling under flooded waters. But I also got direction from Sport Eng on how to rectify that.
Right. And did you actually inspect the turf? When did you first inspect the turf at Allianz as it was laid in 2022 as curator?
I can't recall the exact date, but I did a visual inspection. I can't recall the exact date, but I've only done a visual inspection.
As you took control of the surface, so from day one?
We took control when grass was on the ground.
Yeah, sure. And did you identify the silting problem that Sport Eng had identified in this report?
Yes, we identified their report, and then in their tech note that we received. Look, when you have not everything is perfect. So Sport Eng, we rely on them with their testing. They've supplied us a tech note on how to best maintain and best rectify the infiltration that didn't meet the standards. So they gave us a report that actually was it passed, but it failed only in a couple of sections. So we were able to adapt to our maintenance program and do some extra maintenance in those areas to improve the infiltration rate.
Right. Well, these infiltration statistics, as you read them, surely were very alarming, weren't they? At location 148 mils per hour. At location 96, location 4, 96. At location 8, 48. At location 19, 80. And then there's a series at that bare minimum 100. None of them getting close to the 200 that were needed. I read this data out earlier on. Weren't you tempted to say, Evergreen, you've given us a silt-infected product that was sitting under floodwaters for 5 days? Obviously, there's a big problem with silt here that'll get into the drainage lines, and we're going to have quagmires down the track. Why didn't you send it back to Evergreen as a substandard product and seek something better?
The question, what was your first question? Sorry, Chair.
Well, you must have read these infiltration, these drainage rate figures.
Yes, I did.
Which are quite dreadful. That 40% of it is below the 200 standard, and some of them are very, very low, 48, 96, 80, and another 48. And you've looked at it and seen the silt yourself. You must have known the silt would eventually get into the drainage lines and cause ponding on the field. Why didn't you say to Evergreen, this product has been underwater for flooding in Windsor for 5 days, it's silt infected, you better come and take it back and give us something that's actually a standard befitting an $825 million stadium?
So we were working with SportEng at the time on the rectification. As I stated, they gave us a tech note on how to rectify the infiltration in those areas. And that's when we improved our maintenance program, or added to our maintenance program in those areas to improve the infiltration rate. I think you might be getting confused with infiltration and drainage. So the infiltration rate is the water flowing through the surface into the sand layer. That's where they, in their report, stated that the infiltration rate did not pass in those sections.
Yeah, well, that's what so as a layperson, I regard water flowing through as the drainage rate, as identified as infiltration rate. Are either of you aware of this AGCSA tech report about the sand in July of 2022 showing that it was acceptable standard?
I've seen that, yes.
You've seen that?
Yes, yeah.
Okay. Well, do you regard the report as pointing to an acceptable quality of sand? That silt and clay was 2 to 3%, that's below the 5% that would have been unacceptable. And the drainage rate here, quite extraordinary, 450 to 770 mils per hour. Is fantastic, isn't it?
If I take you back, what I said earlier, to the project brief lists, testing methodologies that should be done, the performance specification for the project. SportEng developed the specification, the type of testing methods that the supplier or the sand supplier need to undertake. That's a question for SportEng, what type of testing method that was taken to get those results. As you're aware, there's numerous testing methods around the world that's best practice. I'm sure you've seen the Sydney Football Stadium project brief. On page 225 of that brief, section E 1.5.1b states the type of testing methods that should be done for the particular sand, and that's the ASTM method. So I haven't got any evidence what type of testing method that was carried out in accordance with that project brief.
When did you first see this testing on the sand from June 2022?
Well, not in June 2022. It was after the fact. I think it was 2024, 2025 actually, to be correct. Because as I said, part of the project, there's a series of documents we get handed over from the project, John Holland. So we got there's 20,000 documents we need to look at from our end to see what the actual project delivered as part of the project and the certification that was issued. So the numerous amount of documentation we need to review.
And
Chair, just to indicate the government's got a number of questions.
Yeah, I'll just
in
add
the
one more.
interest of time.
Mr. Lewis, you inspected the turf that came up from Evergreen Pakenham that was laid at the new Allianz surface. You gave it the green light to go ahead, and how do you explain it being ripped up just a few weeks later?
Chair, I went down for a visual inspection We were given reports from STRI through the period of their testing, and that met all regulations. With regards to returfing Allianz, there's a lot of learnings out of taking grass from another state. At the time of harvesting, because of the travel, harvesting had to be done during the day, and Melbourne has had terrible weather this year. They just happened to have 40 odd degrees when harvesting. So you can imagine when you're harvesting with such a big machine, you're rolling up about 10 metres of turf, which is ready to play turf, and you're creating a lot of pressure and a lot of heat and a lot of... So even though they were in a refrigerated truck, they still arrived when we put them on the when they put them on the ground. We did our testing, and nothing showed at the time of laying that there was anything wrong. So it wasn't until 2 weeks later, after we test regularly, and there wasn't up to our standard. So that's when we made the decision.
What happened in the 2 week period?
The 2 week period?
Yeah.
You've
You've ticked it off in Pakenham, you've ticked it off as it's laid at Allianz, but 2 weeks later there's a problem. How does that happen?
It's in the harvesting in the hot weather, and then they're travelling on such a long distance.
But isn't that clear the day you laid it?
No, it's not clear.
Okay. Government questions?
Thanks, Chair. I thank you to you both for your evidence so far, and for redeeming our Ash's credibility. That was certainly a huge highlight for me.
That was just cream on top.
But well done to the team, in all seriousness.
Thank you.
Certainly showed our colours as a state. I just wanted to come back to a question that the Chair and that you touched on earlier. The Chair had for Ms Kerry Mather this morning, just around the terminology of infiltration rates and drainage rates. Are these two terms something that can be used interchangeably, or are they different things?
They're totally different things. Infiltration is infiltration through the surface into the profile. Drainage rate is through your profile down to your gravel layer.
And so infiltration tests, do they measure drainage?
No, they don't.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that for me. In terms of it's very technical turf, is the one thing I've learned from this inquiry, very technical. Could you please explain for the committee how the maintenance practices, or the maintenance practices that you have in place, and how these sort of differ between the SCG and Allianz? Either of them.
That's very good. Turf maintenance is very, very challenging, in particular the amount of events we have throughout the year, in particular the summer. The SCG is a completely different beast on its own. It's got an in-situ wicket, which credit to Adam and the team. They have to develop a wicket from scratch. The transition between the AFL and cricket, it's like a 10-week process. Adam, is that correct? From your
Yes.
end, between the transitioning between the two. The maintenance of Allianz requires, like every other sporting field, require major renovation. So I'll hand over to Adam to talk about the major renovations and what that entails.
We do work closely with Sport Eng. They actually we work together in putting together a turf maintenance plan, and we stick to that pretty strictly. There's a lot that goes into a renovation. When you've got day-to-day maintenance of mowing, and there's just so much to talk about, I don't know where to start. The documents of the management plan is like 33 pages long. We can talk about mowing, rolling, irrigation, logo management, irrigation, ground marking, equipment, spring renovations, aeration programs, top dressing. I can go on, but The main renovations are more intense at Allianz. It's a total different climate inside a stadium than it is to SCG, so we have to do more in there with regards to aeration. Aeration is, we use a machine, a verti-drain machine. That's a tractor implement that goes over the field, and we use solid tines. So a solid tine can go down to about 200 mil. We punch holes into the surface. Through that, we change from different tines for different. If we have a weekend off, we can go a little bit thicker with the tine. If we're in between, we can go for a thinner tine. We also use Procore machines as well. They have needle tines as well, so that's just part of the maintenance practice, where some weeks that we might go through and we might only reduce our mowing, but we'll go in with a Procore for aeration purposes. We're mowing with walk behinds. So after every game that we have, our team goes out with actual walk behind mowers. The front of those mowers have a brush on them, so that actually stands the grass back up and flicks up any grass that has been lodged or moved during play. And the boys walk over the field and pick up all the debris. Yeah. That's a long process. We do that after every single event. And then we have washouts. So coming into our busiest period now, we have changeover period. So we'll have rugby on Friday night. We'll go into A-League on Saturday. And then coming up, we even have triple headers. So we'll walk through the night, washing out, changing posts, and getting the field prepped for each different hirer. Each hirer has their own specifications on how they would like the field. Rugby is a little bit more stringent, and same with A-League. So we do a lot of testing weekly to make sure that that we comply.
Okay. Could you explain for the committee why there are two different types of turf that are used at Allianz? Yes.
You've got two different types. One's a warm season grass and one's a cool season grass. Couch is used in most stadiums for strength, and it can handle the summer conditions of Sydney. We then, couch itself goes into dormancy through winter. Excuse me. That's when we have our renovation period. So we have a renovation period just before, in say autumn. We try and get a 21-day period where we can. Yep. And we do our light renovation through that period. We bring in some other equipment, scarifiers, grooming reels and so forth. And then we seed the ryegrass, which is a seed. A couch is a stolen grass. We oversow with ryegrass, and then we get that up for colour and for strength. And it also handles, the temperatures of the cool seasons.
And could you tell the committee, in terms of the experience that you've had with, the turf surface, which has obviously been well canvassed by this inquiry, what are the sort of lessons, I guess, that you've both learned?
It's a very good question, Mr. Valde. Well, there's always lessons learned from the whole process and everything else, and looking at the quality assurance side of things, the testing methodologies, that was and what testings to apply to certain things with not only turf, including the sand. If you look at a surface at the Allianz Stadium, it's like we're given a vehicle, and we were supposed to drive the vehicle. So we weren't aware about the underlying issues that, why the wheels aren't turning and the likes, similar to drainage. We don't actually, part of our maintenance practice, we don't rip up turf to test the sand, when a project's handed over to us. So the few things there we can take on board from our end.
Okay. In terms of the field's performance, How has that been performing since, you know, the major works that were undertaken?
It's performing as intended now. It meets the specifications, both the infiltration and the drainage rates at the moment. Infiltration, as we mentioned earlier, and drainage is complete two different things. It depends when the tests are conducted for infiltrations. You know, if it's tested under extreme weather events the following day, you get a different result when it's tested when it's dry for 2 or 3 weeks. You know, that skews the results.
We better come over to non-government because of the time limit.
I do have some more, but if there's only if there's time.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Neufeld, you heard the evidence from Mr. Gallup earlier?
I did briefly, yes.
Excellent. Did you hear when I challenged him on his opening statement in relation to the issue being with the sand layer and not the turf?
I did hear that, yes.
I noticed in your opening statement you also indicated that it was a fault of the sand layer and not the turf.
That's correct.
Okay. You understand, though, that we obviously have this report that you said you've made yourself aware of?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Latham referenced the sand testing that was done when the sand layer went down. Okay. Both reports indicate that, one, there was a salinity, or sorry, an issue with the turf in relation to the silt, and that the clay and silt in the sand was below the specification, well below the specification, in fact. I think 2 to 3% below the 5% specification level, if my memory serves me correctly. Now, in those circumstances, when the testing prior to the turf going down, I imagine, or when the turf has gone down, says that the salinity, sorry, the silt and clay level was below that was specified, but the silt in the turf was above, or visible at least, and that now 5 years later, having leached through, we're still blaming the sand. Is it plausible at all, in your opinion, that the source of the silt that was found in that sand, that you and Mr. Gallup have indicated in your opening statements is the fault of the drainage system, was actually sourced from the turf?
I look at the facts.
So do I.
Yeah. And I look at the STR report, the actual findings in STR.
Sorry. Mr. Neufeld, your answer?
Yeah.
Yes, the STR report and findings stated otherwise, and I can't tell you what testing methods are conducted to identify the silt and clay levels in the actual sand or not.
So, in those circumstances, then, you, despite the evidence that I've indicated that would suggest that perhaps there was leaching from the turf into the sand layer, you are confident that there was no issue with the turf, that it was an issue with the sand layer only?
As I read in the STR report, that's correct.
Okay. Do you accept that the evidence that I provided could indicate that the source of that silt that was identified as the issue in the sand may have come from the turf and leached in?
That's a good question for STRI, and they'll be able to answer that for you.
Yeah.
But
and you didn't think to ask that of them when they gave you the report, when you interrogated it? Knowing that you've read this report.
Sorry.
Knowing that you've read this report, right?
Just settle down.
Yeah, question please, and then an answer.
Knowing that you've read this report, knowing that there was visible silt, and then knowing that there was a silt layer in the sand, you didn't think to ask them, did it originate from the turf? You've not interrogated that at all?
as I mentioned, just regarding the report, and I'll go back to the facts and the findings and the reasons why a decision was made to engage a total independent to actually examine the whole surface and the sand layer, and their findings state, and that's a question for STRI.
But didn't you have independent advice from Sporting, who you said earlier on were credible? They furnished a report early on in 2022 and then 2024 saying it was turf silting. Why did you then have to go somewhere else until you found out it was sand?
Well, we gave Sports Eng the opportunity, as they were the part of the project build, to look at it under the warranty and defect period. And so, yeah, whatever recommendation came from them, we actually took that credible.
Right, we better go to Mr. Ruddick's had a question. We've all got ones we'll have to do on supplementary. Mr. Ruddick?
Thank you for being here, gentlemen. So, Mr. Nathalie, you said that these surfaces are more than turf, that it's a complex engineering system, and Mr. Lewis, you said that you do lots of testing by yourselves and with consultants. So just walk us through standard practice. When you've got a stadium and a truck full of turf turns up, is it, I'm guessing the supplier of the turf has written some type of a report saying, look, there's not much silt in here. That's accurate? My question is, so I'm guessing that the supplier of turf is going to sort of give some type of a certification saying that the silt level is acceptable. There's going to be an external consultant. I'm really interested to know, and do you just rely on those two reports, or do you do some type of internal assessment as well?
Those tests you're talking about need to be done in a laboratory. So we do our traction testing and our infiltration testing, but we do get in consultants to take those testing for us when the turf is first laid. And then those, we go off those results.
So the problem, there were suggestions that there may, and there'd been a recent flood where the turf was harvested, but there had been suggestions in 2022 that there could be a silt issue here, but then it wasn't evident for another 2 years. In that 2-year period, were we doing any special maintenance in addition to your regular maintenance, to say, is this an emerging problem, or was it a big surprise when we see Allianz Stadium full of puddles?
We go off the technical information that's given to us and the reports that are given to us. So we were given a technical note from Sport Eng about the silt in the turf. I think I need to make it clear that there's two different issues here. One issue that was brought up in 2024 was a report from Sport Eng saying that it was the silt in the turf and then it migrated into that top layer. On Sport Eng's advice, they removed the top 100 mil. That's the turf and the 50 mil of sand underneath. In that process, they put back a different type of sand, a high drainage sand. That then was put over the whole field at 50 mil, but then that was also power harrowed into the surface. So you've mixed the high drain sand with a high silt and clay content into the sand. Now, you're going off testing. We don't know the testing that was done back there, but if I can tell you, there's two different types of testing. There's a 16 and a 32 drop testing. That's a dry sand test. And then you've got your ASTMA test that we've mentioned. That's a wet sieve test. They're two totally different, and you can get two totally different results from the same sand. So that issue in 2024, Sport Eng were able to come in under the warranty period and have a look at it. They determined that that was the problem at that time.
Yeah, but my question was, what happened in those 2 years prior to that? And was it so? Were we preparing for potentially this outcome, or was it a big surprise when we see Allianz full of puddles?
Yeah, when you get your initial report from a drainage layer is down to, depending on it, it's about 200 mil. The drainage layer, if it's approved and passed all the testing at time of construction, realistically, it shouldn't. Nothing should leach. There's not I can't tell you the amount that you would need to put on to leach right through the profile. Like, we're testing in that first Sport Eng report, they're testing the first 100 mil. The problem is down lower. So we've rectified what after what happened in 2024. We all thought that was the right answer. What we now know from STRI's report is that the sub-base, once it gets to field capacity, it actually locks up and becomes like a concrete layer with compaction. Now, there's no way that in STRI have stated that there's no way that the silt from turf can leach or filter all the way down to the bottom of the profile. Now, in their testing, I'm sure they can speak to later on, the colour of the silt was different to the silt that is in the bottom of the profile. So we've got one answer in 2024, thinking that the problem came from the grass, but it didn't. The problem actually is lower underneath, and this is where we.
The STRI conclusion is an hypothesis of what couldn't happen, rather than real-time testing, wasn't it, of the sand? It can't be real-time testing because the sand was 2022. They're doing this 3 years later. So it's just an hypothesis, isn't it, of what couldn't have been to blame?
No, they take testing from the surface all the way down to the pebble layer. They actually take the pebble layer to make sure that the conductivity through the sand and the material.
Last question. We're running out of time, Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. Gentlemen, there was a pitch handover assessment report that was generated on the 25th of August 2022, 3 days after it was completed. You were both emailed a copy, is that correct? And that would have been about 3 or 4 months prior to the practical handover. So prior to handover, John Holland would have provided both of you a pitch assessment report.
Mr. Fang,
Is that the one that I've...
who did that pitch assessment report, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm asking you, there was a pitch assessment handover report that was done in August. It was emailed on the 25th of August 2022. I believe you both received a copy. Is that correct?
Sorry, who's that? Which one are you referring to here? Is it Sports Eng report, pitch assessment report, or is it a different report?
I want to make
sure
I
I get the right
understand
answer.
that there was a pitch report.
Just
Hang on.
Who the author was, I don't know. What I'm asking you is did you receive one prior? So the stadium wouldn't have been handed over yet. Practical completion wasn't completed, but you would have been both aware because you both were emailed the report on the 25th of August 2022.
I need to take that on notice, Mr. Fang. I don't want to give information that's misleading. I need more details around that.
So we'll take it on notice, and perhaps Mr. Fang will get more information about his question to put in a supplementary. But it's 3 days after this report was furnished.
It's the Sport Eng one.
It's the Sport Eng one. Did you get an email of this 3 days after it was produced on the...
I've got to take that on notice. We're talking about 2022.
Yeah, if you can both take it on notice, Mr. Neofil and Mr. Lewis, we've run out of time. Thank you for your evidence. There will be questions on notice and also supplementary questions. So you'll be contacted by the Secretariat to that effect. Thank you for your time today.
Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, committee.
And all the best going forward at Allianz, which is...
Thank you.
Time today. If you could just please state your name, position, title, and swear either the oath or affirmation that's sitting in front of you.
Yes, for the record, my name's Jared Hill. I'm the Managing Director of Sport Eng, founding director. The company's been running for 12 years. From an affirmation perspective, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Have you got an opening statement you'd like to make?
I do have an opening statement. I've also got a publication or a document I'd like to
Circulate?
table around.
Fantastic,
Circulate.
yep.
Yes, those 10 copies as.
Yep. And could I just ask, have you been able to hear the evidence
have been,
this
yes,
morning? You
yes,
have,
yes, I've been
you've
listening.
been mentioned a fair bit.
Yes, my ears have been burning and listening. So yes.
Here's your
I
chance.
suspect it's not just your ears.
Please to your opening statement.
Yeah, thank you. So I'm a civil engineer by trade. For the best part of over 20 years, I've been designing sports field nationally and internationally. Personally, I've been involved in the design and overseeing of 7 stadiums across Australia, including Allianz, Adelaide Oval, Optus Stadium, Metricon. We're working on the new stadium down in Tasmania. So I've done the same specification has been used across all those stadia. The same testing regime has been used across all those stadia. In addition to those, I've worked on over 12 AFL training fields, 6 NRL training fields, and a handful of soccer venues, including Homer Matildas and the Sam Kerr Stadium in WA. So in regards to the work that we do, we are proud in what we do, and we stand by what we do. And I guess with the evidence I'm tabling today, I'd like to highlight the fact that we're of a clear point of view is there was nothing wrong with the sand at any point in the project other than the potential contamination that has been spoken to from the imported turf, which we signed off on due to the time constraints around that. But my evidence today will be around the sand which we've had tested by 2 NADA certified labs. So that's certified labs that the testing is in accordance to the figures that you've been talked to, 400, 500 millimetres per hour at the time of installation. And as of recently, as a test result yesterday that we got from the sand from the lower prior to the rebuild, that the sand was still operating at 500 millimetres per hour.
Wow.
To the extent that the quarry has said that the sand that was installed as recently tested was faster than what's gone in at Allianz recently.
Thank you.
I've got a question.
We've got a few questions there. When you say you signed off initially, and we've seen this handover assessment report, who did this report go to?
We tabled it to John Holland as our direct client. So to our knowledge, all parties were aware of it, from venues to the turf farm themselves. The reason we couldn't go anywhere else is the ready-to-play product. The matrix requires 12 months growing period, and at the time of the flooding, there was nothing readily available to change to. So our recommendation was it was contaminated with silt. The only way to take that out was to what's called a process called hollow coring, where you take plugs of this product out, you vacuum that up, and then you top dress with sand and introduce the coarser material over a period of time.
It sounds as difficult as vacuuming my living room with my 2 Frenchy dogs that molt all the time. It sounds a very difficult process.
My wife does my vacuuming, so I wouldn't know.
Okay, well, I've got to get your wife. But you say you signed off because of time constraints.
Yep.
They were the fact that Allianz was opening, and there was a game scheduled, wasn't it? I think the opening night was going to be the grudge match, the Roosters and the Rabbits.
And even at that point in time, we were confident that the turf would still perform and wouldn't be a negative impediment on the profile. And as per the handover tests, there were a couple of what we call hotspots that sort of had a slow drainage rate or infiltration rate, depending which way you want to terminology. The issue with that often is as a result of trafficking during that initial installation, you get a little bit of compaction. So our recommendation was to what's called decompact it. So open the profile up to allow the infiltration to drain as best as possible.
So essentially Allianz was opening, the government had a big opening day, the Roosters were going to play the Rabbits, all the rugby league fans are ecstatic about this.
Yep.
So there was no time to rip up the turf and start again.
No.
Right. Okay. And the sand testing you're talking about,
Yes.
That's available now, you're confident that's the product that was there in 2022?
Yeah, so to the process that has been involved in our investigation was that, as you spoke to, the Exotech testing of the original sand, so that was the full 250 ml sand profile before it was imported to site. That was tested, and as you can see, the figures were in excess of 400 millimetres per hour. As it's also been explained, after the 2024, we tested the profile again from top to bottom and identified that the top 100 mil had a higher silt content. We also tested the bottom 150 and the silt content was less than 4%. So our recommendation was to take the top 100 mil off, which was the higher 9% content, and then bring in something that had what we call in the industry the arse taken out of it. So there was no silt in it. It had 0% silt in it. and that is why we blended it in with the lower level to get some consistency, because you don't want to get that layering between the sand. So we blended the two. The reason why I'm confident is because that bottom 100 we took and we tested of the original sand. We still had that till today, and so that was retested again. So that same sand that was installed was tested under McIntyre-Jacobson, which is one test regime, which is to date, for the 20 years I've been doing sports fields, that has been the only test that we utilise. But to remove any issues, and you'll see in that report, we also ran the ASTM test on that same sample, so the same sand that was installed on day dot, and it actually showed a comparable drainage rate of in excess of 400 millimetres per hour. So the table on the last page and the last row shows that comparison of the McIntyre-Jacobson and the
Data's
ASTM.
very clear, and it's consistent with this other.
The test results are the same across. So that sand that was installed in day one, certified by 2 different NATA certified labs, not by ourselves. We're not a testing lab. We outsource that to Australia's 2 leading sports turf consultants labs, of which one has been doing this for 30 years and has never done the ASTM test. So we couldn't get him to do it because he didn't do it. So we've had 2 independent testing done and validate the sand from initial install was not a problem.
Right, and have you got any theory or explanation as to why Venues New South Wales would completely wipe and ignore your conclusions that look consistent over time and go to STRI that says that the sand is the problem?
I couldn't speak to the reasoning behind it. I guess they were trying to find their own cause and reason. I can't speak to their rationale.
But you find it unusual, strange, bizarre?
I find it strange they didn't come back to us, given the working relationship we've had over the time. And to date, nothing that we've provided in advice has, in our eyes, been an issue. For the first 2 years...
Because they've verified your credibility.
For the first 2 years the stadium was open, that we had rain events in excess of 100 millimetres per hour and there was no issues. But yet on the night that we had less than 1 millimetre, water sat on the surface. So
this is the Roosters versus Parramatta.
Yeah. So for 2 years, the drainage rate, and we've had out of our control several turf replacements as a result of concerts. They replaced turf throughout the air by other turf that we had no involvement with. So there are other variables that are considered in that process.
What could be the explanation to try and blame the sand? As an observer, do you think Venue's perhaps too close to Evergreen? Evergreen's sort of a case of corporate capture?
I probably can't speak to that. If I can speak to what impacts drainage rate of a field is the sand, which there's been a lot of attention to, which I believe is not the cause. The other 2 is the maintenance practices, which Venues really have obviously indicated their level of maintenance is in line with the documentation we've provided. And in addition to that is that there are the products that get placed on the field as part of a maintenance regime. So there are fertilisers and other nutrient products that get placed on there that break down over time, that are needed for the health of the turf, apologies. But we have no visibility to what was put down across that period of time.
Okay, questions from government members?
Thanks, Chair. How do you explain the 2024 rectification and then the flooding that happened in 2025?
Yeah, so again, we were brought in, as I said, to assess the issue at 2024. We came in on the day of my birthday of all days and did some field tests. So even on the field tests, so we had another independent consultant involved from John Holland Green Space who did some independent testing, and they did some testing, what we call double ring testing. So it's an infiltration test at the surface. And that validated that there were some areas of around 40 millimetres per hour. They then subsequently did other testing that got down at 100 mil and 200 mil, and the drainage rate increased. So we took that and got some more analysis done on the sand and took that top 100 off as what we identified as the cause of that 2024. As to our knowledge, after that turf replacement in 2024, to our knowledge, the turf performed to the level that was required from then on until obviously the women's NRL State of Origin. There was an issue again, but I can't speak to what happened from the turf replacement to that point in time. But again, confident that the sand that was supplied, the same sand was used at Brookvale Oval and the same construction methodology, and that had no issue from that as well.
So if I understand correctly, you oversaw the installation of the playing field during the Allianz Stadium redevelopment, and there's been obviously reference to this document here, but then also the 2024 field of play works after that first flooding issue.
Yes.
That's correct?
Yes. Yep, we're involved in both those.
So the Allianz drainage system failed both times. Why is that?
Yeah, well, I can only speak to what I know at that point in time. So once we step away, we can't speak to the maintenance regime that happens beyond there. I can still talk to the sand, and I know the sand and the data that we've still got from the sand shows that it drained. And in addition to that, to my knowledge, Venues New South Wales get a third or fourth consultant involved to sign off on games prior to international events. So there's another company gets involved and they do spot tests on that as well. A company called Labo Sport, another international testing body that do tests throughout the year. So I would assume that if they had raised issues along the journey, that they would have been either communicated back to us or at least addressed through Venues New South Wales. But I'm unaware of any of those.
And do you think it was appropriate that you were called back to investigate your own work?
That's appropriate. Mr. Noapel said, I guess, in their eyes, it was under the warranty of the original design. Was it appropriate? I've been involved in a lot of projects, and I'd like to think I'm pretty independent. And if there was an issue, we would put our hand up and acknowledge that. I'm an engineer by trade, and we rely on data and that information. So we don't hide from that. So if there had been something that was showing that the whole profile had been contaminated, we wouldn't have tried to fabricate a different outcome. So I don't know if I answered your question directly, but I think it was appropriate to ask the question of us as original designers.
And is it correct that SportEng authored the Allianz Stadium turf management plan, and in that there was no mention of maintenance being a problem after your sort of 2024 investigation?
Yeah, so we've been engaged, and it's an ongoing engagement because we still haven't finalised the turf management plan for the whole venues throughout Venues New South Wales. There's been a bit of a hold on that. We produced the turf management plan. Again, were they acted on? I can't speak to that. We create that on the best of the knowledge that it gets carried out, but I can't comment on whether they got undertaken. We don't get asked to do any ongoing assessments of the turf.
No, but I think my question was, you made no mention of maintenance being a problem after the 2024 investigation. There was no mention of that.
No.
Okay.
It wasn't clear as an issue. We identified the silt in the top 100 mil as the issue.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, questions from Mr. Ruddock, the Deputy Chair, and then Mr. Fang.
Sure. I know my priorities.
Well, everyone,
I know my ranking.
Yeah, we are rotating the order of questions.
Sure,
don't worry.
You are.
Thank you, Chair.
Very fair.
Thank you
Chair.
for being with us, Mr. Hill. We've enjoyed your testimony so far. Now, so John Holland had the contract to rebuild the whole thing, and you had a contract with John Holland to do the turf. Now, when that's completed in about August 2022, you then wrote this report,
Yes.
and that was, under normal circumstances, that would be the end of your involvement.
Yes.
Is that right? Okay. Now, in this report, which is dated August 2022, you've said some turf has a slightly more noticeable silt layer, which will slow the infiltration rate, e.g. locations 1 and 8. But we have said only slightly more noticeable. And then in the conclusion, we've said, it is noted that the turf was inundated only days prior to being harvested, and was in remarkable condition considering the work required to remove the silt. So what can you tell us about that work that was done? So we knew that there was a problem with the silt because there had been floods.
Yes.
And it sounds like there was some effort to remove the silt.
Yeah, definitely.
Which was done by the turf provider.
Yes.
Okay. So, but did you sort of verify that? Did you do some tests to see, look, because you have said it was in remarkable condition.
Yep. Yeah, so to talk through that, so my colleague John Nayland, who couldn't be here unfortunately, he inspected the turf after the floods, and it was what we term a dirty flood. There was significant...
So he's an employee of SportEng.
Of SportEng, apologies,
Yep.
yes.
Uh-huh.
Yep. So 50 odd years in the industry as a turf agronomist. So he went out and inspected the turf, and as I said, it was a dirty flood. There was significant sedimentation across the grass was not visible in some areas. There was that much sedimentation across there. So Evergreen did a fantastic job in, as carefully as possible without damaging the turf, removed as much of that visible silt as possible, and to the extent that the coring that was done on site at the farm identified there was impregnation of that silt into that layer, but it was negligible at that visible point in time. There was a layer that was clear. There was a dark layer at the surface, but short of getting a vacuum out there that could clearly suck that up and not destroy anything, it was done under a great care. And so we were confident that with the right maintenance regime after installation, that would remove a lot of that, noting as well that likely within 12 months that turf would be replaced as a result of an ongoing turf replacement regime.
So when you turned on the TV to watch some football 2 years later, were you surprised, or had you had a hunch that this could happen?
No, in the 20 years that I've been designing sports fields, that's the first time it's happened to me, especially at that level of competition, when there's a much level of oversight. So I was surprised, and it's fair to say my phone was going off the hook that evening. So yes, it was. I was surprised.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Fang.
Oh, thank you, Chair. Mr. Hill, you would have heard the evidence previously. I've asked Mr. Gallop and Mr. Nathal previously about the opening statements that they made, which both indicated that the STRI reports indicate that the sand was the fault, not the turf. I've indicated that, is it possible that, given all the data we've seen, that the silt in the turf was leached into the sand, and that may be the source? It's been, I guess, denied or obfuscated, in effect. In your professional opinion, having tested the sand prior to and subsequently with different samples, as you've indicated, is it possible that the sand was contaminated with that 9% silt clay that they've indicated is there from the STRI report?
The simple answer is it's possible, yes. I mean, the other method of maintenance that occurs is something called verti-draining, where they put a solid tine in and they push down there. So there's reason to believe that when you're pushing that down, you can take some of that fine material further down with it. So, and we've seen photos of coring done at different times, and you can see these black streaks down into the profile of that black material from the surface migrating down the side.
So, but it is the case that the most likely source of that silt that was identified in the sand was from the turf.
All I can say is that the sand is a silica sand, and it's tested against hardness, and it doesn't introduce any fines on its own. The sand from the quarry that has been in question has had multiple tests to validate that it doesn't break down as a result of it over time. It's inert. So the only way you can introduce silt is from the surface, either through the turf or through an application.
And that was my next question, is that when you, I guess, get sand from a quarry, I imagine, and you transport it, where are the weak points of where it might, I guess, attract clay and silt to actually become contaminated in that manner?
Yeah, I guess you can't hide from the fact that sand is an organic, naturally occurring product, so you can get changes from the quarry when they're harvesting, that you can get a slight change in the particle size of that sand, so there's always a possibility that happens. The sand, if you ever go out to that quarry and look at the original sand, was almost white in its appearance, and the sand that has been visible at different times has a tinge of colouring to it. So the sand that was brought in was white, and the sand that was there at a later point wasn't white. So that again speaks to some level of contamination.
What colour would you describe it as?
Not white.
Not white.
Not white.
Off grey.
Very specific.
I mean,
grey.
it would have a tinge,
Greyish.
a greyish tinge.
So I've got two more questions. In circumstances where you obviously have a organisation that can provide these sorts of reports, and you've got a competitor in STRI, I imagine, that's now come in and provided another report. Given all of the evidence that they would have looked at and that you've looked at, how would they have determined that it was the sand layer that was the issue as laid down initially?
It's probably a question you have to ask them, but again, from our side, we didn't test the sand, so we had two different labs test it in two different methods now. So the data shows clearly that the percentage of sand, and that when you talk about percentage of sand, whether it's ASTM or McIntyre-Jacobson, it's the same testing regime to get your particle size distribution. So it's only the hydraulic test is different, and it was developed, the McIntyre-Jacobson was developed because they felt that it wasn't, in 1998, I think it was, that it was not suitable for AFL, NRL grounds. It was developed for golf greens in America, and their view was that it wasn't applicable, and the industry in Australia has adopted that for the last 20 odd years.
You may not appreciate how disturbing your evidence is, but I'll put on on the table why I think your evidence is disturbing. Now, I've challenged the previous two witnesses as to the validity of the reports that they're citing. I've now got the data and testimony of you that would indicate that perhaps the scenarios that I've put to the previous two witnesses are right. If I'm right and the source of the silt was the turf and not the sand, as I believe I am right, and that's my opinion, but we now have a report from STRI. Now, the question has to be asked is why has STRI been brought in and your organisation has not been used, and why has STRI ignored the evidence that I think is quite evident and produced a report which seems to divert attention away from evergreen turf and the issues of the silt-laden turf that they provided.
Can I just
So,
take a
so,
point of
where,
order?
so who has? So
No,
who
well, that's
has?
a question. That's a long question, but it'd be helpful, Wes, if you could shorten your question.
Series of
Who,
questions.
who would have the ability to get a testing organisation like that to vary their report from what is, I believe, reality?
Well,
I can't speak.
no.
I can't speak to that
Okay, I
sort
think
of-
we'll let the witness answer as best he
No,
can.
it was a statement
about
dressed up as a
varying
question,
report.
let's be honest, but that's fine. Yeah, Greg's right. It was a statement dressed up as a question, but I got it out there, and I think now we have
quite a number
Order. Let's allow the witness to answer, please.
I don't think
Jared
he wants
Hill.
to.
Yeah, I mean,
Which question?
all I can say is
Which only
that
one he wants.
we had two independent NADA certified labs that we have no affiliation with tested, and we had two other consultants review that data in AGS Tech at the initial build, and Green Space have also been involved. None of them have come to the conclusion that there was a significant issue with the percentage of silts. There's varying degrees of the outcome of that, but the data that I've tabled before you now clearly shows that the sand was as clean as it was the day that it went in prior to being pulled up
Well, the next
recently.
session
Thank you.
should be
Okay.
quite interesting.
Ms. Savale?
Thanks, Chair. Look, Mr. Hill, Venues New South Wales earlier today talked about their experience working with you, your credibility and professionalism. What is your view of Mr. Adam Lewis and his team?
Adam's a great curator. He's got one of the hardest jobs. Curating is a thankless job. I would not wish it upon any of my enemies because there's no win. When you make a win, you rarely hear about it. I was glad that the panel gave them the pat on the back for delivering the test wicket they did. Adam does a great job. I can't speak beyond that, really. I don't know the inner machinations of it. Adam looks after all the stadiums, and he looks after them to the best of his ability, to my knowledge.
And the team's sort of expertise that he has working for him?
I haven't had much more experience beyond Adam. Some of my other team members have, but I haven't had, outside of Adam and Johnny, I can't speak beyond that.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Finally, just to wrap it up, Mr. Hill, could I ask, have you been able to read the Venues New South Wales submission
Yes.
to this inquiry? Are
Yep.
you surprised that all your sport eng material's not included?
No, no. I mean, we've presented numerous reports across the journey that pointed to issues that we thought was resolved. So they chose to not speak to them. I guess that's beyond my control.
Okay. And my final matter, is Ms. Mather earlier on, in citing the STRI findings about silt, indicated that to have an increase in silt and clay from 4 to 9%, the silt and clay proportion per square metre of turf would have needed to be 50% in the turf, leaching down into the sand, and STRI said, well, that's just not possible. That's their hypothesis, not to have real-time testing, but just to say something this bad, it's just unthinkable that it could have happened. How do you respond to that?
Well, to my understanding and hearing the earlier conversations, that the silt content was being quoted to be around 9% in that upper layer, and there's different ways that can be created. I think the commentary was about 9% through the whole profile, and I would probably agree that you would struggle to get that from the surface to percolate all the way down uniformly, all the way down 250 mil. I can see it being more concentrated at the surface and starts to water down potentially, but it would unlikely reach 250 mil down to the bottom. It would, at best, our testing showed 80 to 100 mil. There was a little bit of incrementation, but I would agree that you would struggle to have the surface uniformly impact a sands composition.
Right, but so how did it happen then?
Well, our argument is it wasn't part of the sand. It wasn't. So their report, I believe, is saying the whole sand was contaminated.
Right.
We're saying it's not, and that it was a surface issue.
Right, okay.
Chair, I've just got
Yep,
a
sure.
question
And
on
one,
notice.
one final short question.
Short
from
question
Mr.
on
Fang.
notice. On notice, Mr. Hill. I
Three
believe
phrases.
I indicated to the previous witnesses I believed that they received this report by email. Is it possible you could check your distribution of the report that you sent out and see you could provide to us on notice who received this report when you distributed it?
Which one's that? Sorry, I can't read
That's
that.
the
Is that the handover?
Yes, the handover report.
Everything from the handover we would have sent to John Holland as our direct contact client. So we
But-
had no direct.
So we'll have to
with
ask
venues.
that to John Holland
We'll ask
later
that to
on.
John Holland. Okay.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hill. That's been very, very useful. We now go to our lunch break.
No worries.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thanks
Thank
for your
you.
evidence.
Thanks.
Hearing now our inquiry into the failure of the playing surface at Allianz Stadium, and I thank Peter Anderson and Sam Mayott from STRI Australia, who are on video conference with us from Melbourne. I thank you, gentlemen, for your time and contribution. Can I just ask, have you heard the earlier pre-lunch evidence on the website? No, you haven't. Okay, you've been mentioned a fair bit, and I'm sure some of the committee members will bring you up to date with that. So if each of you, starting with Peter, could please state your name, position, title and swear either an oath or affirmation, which hopefully is sitting in front of you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Peter Anderson. I am a senior design consultant as well as an agronomist within the STRI Australia and STRI World Group. I will go to the oath. I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. And Sam?
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chair. My name is Sam Mayott. I'm the General Manager of STRI Australia. I operate through Australia and Southeast Asia. I'm also a senior design consultant. My affirmation is, I swear that the evidence now I'm about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you very much. And it's available to both or either of you to give a short opening statement if you'd like.
Yes, what I can do if you like, Mr.
And we do know, sorry, that we've got your submission and the first page of it is published and the rest is confidential. But if you'd like to add with that with a short opening statement, please go ahead.
Certainly, Mr. Chair, we can also provide an introduction to the company if required.
Oh, I think we've got an idea about the company. It's been discussed extensively in the first session today. But if you wanted to add at all to the first page of your submission, then feel free.
No problem. I'll hand it over to Peter Anderson to...
Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. STRI Australia was engaged by Venues New South Wales in late May 2025 to undertake comprehensive performance and agronomic testing of the Allianz Stadium pitch following its poor performance during Game 3 of the NRLW State of Origin match held on the 23rd of May 2025, whereby water pooled across the playing surface. The performance and agronomic testing were undertaken on the 2nd of June, and the scope expanded to include the review of all previous design, technical specifications, agronomic reporting, the remediation works undertaken post-August 2024, including returfing, concert use and maintenance programs since the remediation work that occurred in August 2024. Performance testing of the Allianz Stadium pitch included measuring surface hardness, surface traction and soil moisture at 11 locations. Agronomic testing of the Allianz Stadium pitch included the evaluation of turf condition, including health, total percentage cover, measurement of thatch depth, root growth and turf height. As part of these works, as part of the pitch assessment works, STRI Australia took samples of the root zone material for laboratory assessment. The tests included particle size under both wet and dry sieve, drainage rate under two methods, ASTM 1815 F11 and the McIntyre-Jacobson method 16 and 32 drop method. Other tests included porosity, moisture release curves and sand, silt and clay percentages. The report findings by STRI Australia has been externally reviewed by the wider STRI group, including Company Head of Science, Dr. Christian Spring. The key findings from the testing and the review of design documentation include the stadia pitch design is consistent and in line with other major stadia, both in Australia and worldwide, incorporating a flat playing surface, a sand root zone material of 250 mil in depth with an aggregate drainage blanket. This is supported by a network of subsurface pipe drainage, a 50 mil reinforced ready-to-play turf system and an automated irrigation system that meets uniformity requirements. The sand root zone material tested under laboratory conditions has a slow drainage rate, and this was identified due to elevated levels of silt and clay in the sand root zone material. The issues relating to Allianz Stadium can be attributed to material selection of the root zone, sand material and associated drainage test methodologies.
Thank you very much. To open the questioning, I'll ask Wes Fang.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you, gentlemen, for appearing today. First question I want to ask is, did anybody instruct you or ask you to blame the sand surface and not the turf as the source of the silt that was found in the sand material?
No.
How sure are you that the source of the contamination in the sand was not the turf?
In terms, with this process, as part of the testing of the root zone material, samples were taken from the top 100 mil of profile as well as the remainder of the profile, so greater than 100 mil.
Okay.
Upon testing, in regards to the silt and clay, the test results were very much the same with the silt and clay at both levels.
Yep.
Therefore, it was seen that an elevated silt and clay was the issue behind the poor performance of the playing surface.
I can appreciate that. However, have you been provided with, in your research, given that Ms. Mather indicated that you've done a root and branch analysis of what's occurred, were you provided with a document like this, which is the playing surface handover document that was provided by SportEng, and I think it was August 2022 that it was given to the contractor? Was that given to you to review?
August 2022.
Yes. So this is the document that was done after the handover of the playing surface. This was a document that was given to John Holland as the main contractor, and I believe we've indicated that it's been seen by Venues New South Wales staff. Did they provide it to you?
I can't recall that document in particular. Most of the documents related to post 2024.
Right,
Okay.
so can I just chip in there and ask, were you given any documents or samples of sand that actually come from 2022 when the surface was laid at Allianz, or is all your work taking samples from 2024 and 2025?
Mr. Chair, yes, that is correct. All our work has been post 2024 for this stadium, and our engagement was from the period of May 2025 post the NRLW State of Origin.
Right. Well, is it just logical for our committee to think that samples and testing of the sand as it stood in 2022 are going to be more reliable than things that were further down the track?
That is outside of our remit. We were only looking at the cause. We were engaged by Venues New South Wales to provide a result regarding the cause of the failure of the surface post the NRL State of Origin, Women's State of Origin match in May, and then provide a resolution to the solution to overcome the issues that have been associated with the surface holding excess water, and that was identified as elevated silt and clay in the root zone profile. And thus, that's where the remediation works have undertaken.
Okay, back to Mr. Fang.
Thank you, Chair. So, Mr. Anderson, in those circumstances then, if you were given a report from 2022 that indicated that the turf that was placed at Allianz Stadium at handover was contaminated with silt to the point where it was visible on the surface of the turf itself, would you then perhaps amend or adjust your determinations to suggest that perhaps the source of the silt that you found in that sand might have come from the turf that was laid?
In regards to that point, that is we once again, our process has only been since 2024, and
I
we would see
appreciate that. What I'm
as
saying-
a
Please,
hypothetical
Mr.
from
Fang.
our end.
Don't, because especially on the
No, I
WebEx,
appreciate that.
don't interrupt the answer, because
right.
we want to hear from the witness. And when he finishes the answer, then you've got the next question. Sorry about that, Mr. Anderson.
No, thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
So,
No, Mr. Anderson, you can just finish your answer.
Yeah, I was just going to say,
Just pass the
add to this, Mr. Fang, is that in a project like this, we don't typically allow for these type of documentations in our review. We use materials that we have sampled and tested to form our technical opinion, and then use that information to determine report, dialogue, as well as recommendations.
but certainly you must accept that in circumstances where you have a sand layer which is provided by one supplier and you have turf that's provided by another supplier, for you to make a determination and blame contaminated sand when perhaps the source of the silt was actually the turf would be unfair to the sand and the people that previously tested the sand to blame them for contamination when it was actually a source from somewhere else. You would think that that would be unfair, procedurally unfair.
Well, we have no background history on the report you're referring to make that decision. We can only work on the information that we factually have at hand, and that's from the material that we've sampled and tested to form our technical opinion.
Okay, so in those circumstances where the CEO of Venues New South Wales indicated that you have done a root and branch assessment of all the playing surfaces since construction, what you're saying to me is that's not correct and that you've only tested and analysed documents from 2024 onwards.
The documentation that you're referring to would have to defer to a formal response. It does not register through our memory of documentations we have looked at, but we just refer back to that we test materials.
Done.
Sand
Thank you.
material have in place.
Thank you. Mr. Val.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for making time to give evidence today. An earlier witness, Mr. Hill from SportEng, said there was no way that the surface layer silt could increase the drainage layer silt to 9%. Is that a statement that you agree with?
The surface layer, sorry, just can you repeat that? Sorry, Mr. Val?
Yeah, there was no way that the surface layer silt could increase the drainage layer to 9%.
Yes, we did look at this as part of the review, in terms of to increase a silt and clay content to say from 4 to 9% as part of these. The content of the silt and clay in the turf would have to be in excess of 50%. Therefore, that would be visible, and in reality, the turf would not be seen fit for purpose for a stadia or any turfing situation due to that concentration of silt.
Thank you. In terms of the ATSM method now, could you explain why that ATSM method identified the high silt levels and why that testing method is preferred to, say, the 16 or 32 drop testing method?
Yeah. So there's two points with that, and we'll go through them now. So in regards to the ASTM 1815 F11 test is a drainage hydraulic conductivity test, so it measures the flow of water essentially from a constant head. The alternate, the 16 and 32 drop method, is also a drainage methodology, and that also measures how permeable or the flow of water through a growing medium. The silt and clay in analysing was found through through particle size analysis under a wet sieve test, but also under a hydrometer test. Now, going back to the drainage component here regarding the ASTM 1815 F11 test methodology, that is undertaken under a compaction level that is roughly 95 to 99%. So it is under a high compaction level. What that sort of does, and there's a standardised test, a weight that's dropped and drops in a repeatable test methodology. What that does in sands that have a high silt and clay component is that it compacts that sand very tightly. So if we think of sand as marbles and the silt and clay as fines, those fines clog those spaces in between the marbles, so they create an interpacking effect. So under high compaction, which you would get at within a sports field, that provides so under compaction it tightens up that surface. So thus the drainage rate is restricted due to that compaction. So the pore space is taken up by the silt and clay. Now, in relation to the 16 and 32 drop method, which is also utilised in the Australian sports turf industry, I might add the ASTM method is a worldwide test, and it is utilised worldwide for stadia and throughout the globe. Within Australia, the ASTM method is used, but also the 16 and 32 drop method is also undertaken. In regards to that method, under review, the compaction on that that is undertaken on the 16 and 32 drop at the highest drop method, so we'll go to 32 drop, is approximately 80%. So therefore, a sand that has an elevated silt and clay may still not be under complete compaction, and therefore that sand material can still drain under that method and also meet specifications.
Thank you. Certainly from what I've read and the evidence that we've sort of gleaned today, everyone was happy with the turf that was installed during the redevelopment. SportEng passed it, LabSport passed, they called it excellent. Do you think all the criticism that we've sort of heard of the turf is warranted?
Thank you, Ms. Savall. With that, is that in relation? I'll preface this. Is this in relation to the original back to 2022 or
Yes.
Yeah, 2022.
Yes.
2022.
The opening of the stadium.
So once again, that is outside sort of our remit, so to speak. However, if it was to do with turf post with the remediation that undertaken post August 2024, we can provide commentary regarding that.
Given your statements around, the turf would have had to have had, 50%. I think that was your earlier remarks around if that was the contribution to the drainage layer or the silt layer. Would that have been visible in the turf at the time?
If it was at that level, yes. Yeah, correct.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Donnelly, any questions?
Not at this stage, thank you, Chair.
The government side is happy with their questioning, and we'll go to Deputy Chair John Ruddock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for joining us, gentlemen. So you're saying that the original turf was not responsible for the blockage. You're blaming the sand that was originally laid down. Is that correct?
So once again, I'll preface this. Once again, our testing is only from the period of June 2025. So if it's back to data that was undertaken previous to that from the original construction.
Well, it meant that...
No. Just to finish, yeah, please.
No, I'll pause there. Just yeah.
Okay. Well, just to clarify that, you're saying your assessment is June 2025, as the sand presented at that time, rather than any knowledge or sampling of the sand in 2022.
Yes, that is correct, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, John.
But I mean, the sand wasn't replaced from 2022 to 2025.
Part of it was.
Oh, was it?
Yeah, top 100 mil.
Oh, right, sorry.
We have, yeah, in regards, as part of going back to the opening statement, we did provide information provided by Venues New South Wales relating to the remediation work that was undertaken post-August 2024, and information provided, there was amendment to that upper profile.
Okay.
Sand rule.
And my final question is, so how are you feeling going forward from now? Are you feeling confident that Allianz Stadium will now have this drainage system solved? Is it now going to be all positive from here? Putting aside the recent incident about some turf having to be relayed, which I don't think is related, but you've had a very thorough inspection of it within the last 12 months. So you're feeling good that we've got a good football season ahead of us?
That is correct. Having been through the process of the refurbishment, I can discuss that quite openly. As part of works, the entire sand root zone material was removed down to the gravel layer. Now, as part of works, the gravel and as we mentioned before, the subsoil drainage system was inspected as part of the works, and those were seen as functional. And if I can go back to, I know many in this committee were present in November at a site meeting to show where the works are at, and we went through and had a look at that free draining sand and exposing the drainage pits and showing the flow, and to get even further confidence with this pitch. Recently, just on the day or the morning of the A-League, the reopening of the pitch, the game between Sydney FC and Wellington Phoenix, there was a substantial rain event throughout metropolitan Sydney where the Moore Park precinct got approximately 130 mil of rain, and that was the ultimate test, of course, for this new build, and from feedback from those on the ground, the water got away, and there's video imagery of all the drains functioning as they should. So in terms of the information that's been presented, the sand has had an exhaustive testing process. The quality control has been strict, and also testing of other materials through the process. Therefore, STRI Australia have great confidence that the pitch will perform as expected as any other stadia of its ilk in Australia.
Could I just ask and point out that your submission to this inquiry was lodged through Johnny Naofol, Venues New South Wales, Driver Avenue, Moore Park, which is unusual to send it through him. Did he ask you or urge you to make a submission?
No.
No? Why did you address it to him rather than our secretariat?
That was a clerical error from our behalf.
Clerical
An honest mistake.
Okay. And in terms of the Evergreen Pakenham turf that was laid and available last month, you inspected that when it was delivered to Allianz and gave it the green light to be laid?
That is correct, yes, through the laying period of the 23rd of December through till the 31st of December.
Yeah, well, a lot of it's been ripped up now, so what went wrong?
So we have been up to inspect the turf. What happened regarding that turf was there was areas of a particular area of the pitch dynamic that had developed a disease, a root pathogen known as Pythium, and there were some other pathogens, but primarily a Pythium disease given the high humidity and also some of the heat through that period, and the grass was unable to tolerate to hold on. There was a process where there was numerous fungicide sprays to remedy that area. However, there was further decay and recovery was deemed unlikely, and given the intended usage, turf replacement was seen as an option moving forward to ensure a consistent playing surface.
Thank you. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. Just in terms of the drop test versus the other test, which has a lot of letters and numbers, and you can obviously recite it and I can't. If it was the case that that wasn't suitable, how was the venue handed over?
Excuse me, Mr. Fan, can you please repeat that? Is it in terms of context of when it's handed over back in
2022?
Or
2022, yeah.
22?
Yep.
2022? That's not a question we can answer. It's probably best referred back to Venues New South Wales.
Okay.
We went that process to determine handover requirements.
Was it potentially because the contract was, the actual contract for the stadium accepted the drop test?
That we're not aware of.
You're not aware
we
of
weren't
it?
engaged in the period. We're not aware of any process of handover requirements.
No, that's all right. Your website indicates that the drop test is suitable for a number of situations, including primarily suited to structural sandier soils for landscaping and sports field use. So, does that mean that the drop test on your website, like given that your website indicates that it's quite suitable for sports field use, is quite a suitable test for stadia surfaces?
No, that's not correct. As far as the tests are concerned, that type of test is best used on
so your website's wrong?
Local community sports fields, opposed to the stadium pitches.
Okay.
Where performance expectations are far different.
Okay. Were you made aware that in 2022 on handover, there was a specific maintenance schedule to deal with the silt that was embedded in the turf that was provided to the Venues New South Wales staff prior to or at handover?
I'll leave that to Mr. Anderson to answer.
I've not come across that.
You're not aware of that? Okay. So in those circumstances,
what we have been aware of is remediation work post sort of that 2024 period.
Okay. So in circumstances where you weren't made aware of the handover reports which indicated that there was visible silt in the turf, in circumstances where you weren't provided the maintenance schedule that was provided to the staff at Venues New South Wales how to handle the turf that was infected with silt, would those things, now that you know about them, make you perhaps question whether it was the sand that was contaminated or was the turf that was contaminated and leached into the sand?
That is an interesting question there, Mr. Fang. In terms of...
I can certainly pop in and answer this question, Mr. Fang, is that as mentioned previously, when we do assess projects like this, is that we review these type of documents, but we provide, we validate our own outcomes through our own testing and sampling processes. We don't have much strength in other reports because there is different technical opinions and differences in lab techniques that differ.
Yep.
And we work solely behind the ASTM method.
Last one, Wes, and then we've got to go to
That's right.
Emily.
If you were a sand supplier and you'd provided clean, uncontaminated sand for a sports field, and you had 3-4 years later a testing company that has only been provided half the documents and tested 2 years after the surface was laid, had blamed you for the contamination, would you feel somewhat
I've
aggrieved?
got to take a point of order.
You can.
It is a hypothetical question. The witness is happy to answer it.
I take the point. I do it reluctantly, but I mean, in fairness to the witnesses.
You can just say it's hypothetical and we can move on, but it's up to you.
I will leave that as hypothetical.
Fair.
Okay. Emily Savard, last question for these two witnesses.
Thank you. Just a final one from me. I'm just interested to learn if you've provided any recommendations to Venues New South Wales to ensure some of these issues don't happen at Penrith Stadium.
Don't buy from Evergreen.
yes, we have been engaged by Infrastructure New South Wales regarding this project, which I believe is going to be a Venues New South Wales part of their stable of sporting facilities. Therefore, yes, we have been engaged to provide some ongoing agronomic consultancy in regards to inspection of material or peer review of design of the new playing surface at Penrith, as well as review of material selection, be it sand, gravel, or the turf, which is currently being grown for that project.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Our time's expired with these two witnesses, so I'd like to thank Peter and Sam for coming in from Melbourne to assist us in our deliberations. There might have been one matter or two there on notice, and there could be some supplementary questions, so you'll hear from our Secretariat. Thank you again for your time.
Thanks, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Joined us from John Holland Construction. So our last session for the day, scheduled to wrap up at 2:30. Could each of the witnesses, starting with David Cummings, please state your name, position, title, and swear either an oath or affirmation.
Thank you. My name is David Cummins. My position is the General Manager of Commercial and Risk for John Holland Building. My affirmation is I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Thank you. And Mr. Vaughan?
Thanks, Mr. Chair. My name is Jason Vaughan. I'm the General Manager for John Holland Group Building New South Wales and ACT. In terms of my affirmation, I solemnly, sincerely and truly declare and affirm that the evidence now and about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. And it's available to one or both of you to make an opening statement if you like, a couple of minutes.
I'll make an opening statement, Mr. Chair.
John Holland made a submission. No, you haven't made a submission, so an opening statement would be helpful, please.
Thank you for the opportunity to attend this afternoon. My name is Jason Vaughan and I'm the General Manager for the building business in New South Wales ACT for the John Holland Group. In attendance with me today is my colleague David Cummins, who is the National General Manager, Commercial and Risk. John Holland is incredibly proud to have delivered the Sydney Football Stadium for the New South Wales Government. The new stadium has been widely acknowledged as a world-class addition to the network of stadiums, hosting some of Sydney's most exciting sporting and entertainment events. John Holland was awarded the contract in December 2019. We commenced construction in February 2020. The stadium achieved practical completion and was handed over to Infrastructure New South Wales in August 2022. The project was completed on time and on budget. It is typical for a construction project to have a formal handover process. This is a detailed process of verifying that the final product meets the contract specifications. This handover is then followed by a defect rectification period. The football stadium was no different. On completion in August 2022, the stadium was handed over to Venues New South Wales, whom, from that point of view, had the responsibility of managing and maintaining the facility.
Sorry, you're saying Venues New South Wales. Which date was that?
Yes, was handed over to both Venues and Infrastructure New South Wales.
To both of them, jointly?
Yes.
Right, okay.
With regards to the playing surface under the contract, John Holland was required to supply and install turf and a root zone sand layer in accordance with the specification approved by Infrastructure New South Wales. This specification details the specific criteria the playing surface is required to meet, including the infiltration rate. The specification also nominates the testing criteria and the methodologies required to determine if compliance has been met. John Holland supplied the specification for the field of play to both Infrastructure New South Wales and to the Sydney Cricket Ground Trust in May 2020 for their review and approval before construction of the field of play commenced. In June of 2020 and again in August 2020, we received feedback and comments from both Infrastructure New South Wales and the SCG Trust. Neither party raised any objection to the type of testing proposed under that specification. Both parties knew that the specification proposed to use the Australian standard 32 drop test for infiltration rates of the sand layer because it was reviewed by them, and both formally accepted it. All required tests were completed and passed. The results of these tests were independently assessed and documented and formally supplied to Infrastructure New South Wales and Venues New South Wales in the handover assessment document in August 2022. I note that in the Venues New South Wales submission to this committee, they attribute the cause of the playing surface drainage issues to the elevated levels of silt and clay in the sand layer, which they say was present at the time of construction. We do not have a copy of the report Venues New South Wales cites in coming to this conclusion. However, the sand installed by John Holland during construction was independently tested and certified as compliant with the specification before delivery to the Sydney Football Stadium. It is difficult to see how the conclusion given by Venues New South Wales could be reached in December of 2025, considering the significant levels of intervention since handover in August of 2022, some 3 years later. In February 2023, the turf was replaced, and in November 2024, the turf and a portion of the sand layer was also replaced. It is our position that John Holland provided a field of play that met all contract performance criteria. We are proud of this project and the contribution it continues to make to Sydney's sporting and cultural life. We are happy to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much. Did you want to add to that, Mr. Cummins, or just...
No, I might
happy with,
answer some of the questions between
okay.
Jason and I. Will have
Yep.
hopefully have most of the content.
Well, if
covered.
I can just start up following your statement there, Jason, you say the sand we used was independently tested and compliant at the time. Where did the sand come from?
The sand come from our sand supplier, who was contracted to Evergreen. That sand was obviously independently tested.
That's Elite Sand and Soil.
That's correct.
The sand came from, sorry Jason, the sand came from Dixon Quarry Group.
Right. But
I think Elite is the transport company.
Right, and they source it from Dixon's Quarry.
Dixon's Quarry is the
Maroota?
source of the sand. I'm not sure where the actual location is. Yeah.
Anyway, Dixon's Quarry.
And the results of that sand, as we've seen in previous evidence...
Yeah, if I could just ask, who did the testing of the sand?
It was tested by an independent testing approved laboratory.
Right, and their name was?
It's an acronym. I was listening earlier. I think Jared mentioned it to this committee. It was AGSC something.
Oh, right, okay, it's the one that I cited.
Yes, the ones that you were holding up before.
Yeah,
absolutely, that's correct.
Just checking, I've got the main one. There's not two of them, and just that's a private document for the benefit of the committee. Are you able to supply us with the testing results?
I don't have them with me, but
on notice.
Take that on
Send
notice.
them in later on. Yeah.
Absolutely.
So you're confident at that time it was independently tested, that it complied totally. The silt and sand was low percentage. The drainage rate through it was very, very high, and you were happy that the sand was of good quality for future use.
Absolutely, yes.
Yeah, and not only were we happy, our subject matter expert, SportEng, was happy.
Right. Oh, they did a review of what you were doing, and that's the other document I cited earlier in the day.
All testing was reviewed and approved by SportEng as our subject matter expert.
Well, if you can supply us with those documents, it allows us to make public use of them, which is obviously in the interest of John Holland and accuracy in the final report of this committee. And who at Venues New South Wales did you send this material to specifically? Because they were very vague about it. They didn't have a very good memory.
Well, the sand tests, they were issued to Sport. They were verified by SportEng, issued to us so that we could be confident that the sand was as per the specification. I'm unaware if those actual sand results, those test results, were given to Venues. That's not knowledge that we would have. What we do know, though, is those sand test results formed the basis of the handover assessment document that SportEng provided. Right. And that was our obligation to the... That's correct. It looks right. I can't quite see that.
Yes,
That's dated 22nd of
He's got lots of
August,
documents.
22nd of August 2022. And there's a lot of test findings in there, and you'll see that they pass. SportEng knows that the sand passed because they saw that the sand test that you're referring to.
Got it. And who at venues did you send it to?
That report, we initially sent it to our client, which was Infrastructure New South Wales at the time. But at that stage of the project, you can appreciate we get practical completion. After practical completion, there's a lot of documents that we need to hand over, as-built drawings and operation manuals. One of those documents was the handover assessment document. So that was produced on the 22nd of August, and we circulated that around about the 25th of August, including to venues.
Who at venues? This is what Mr. Fang mentioned earlier. You can take that on notice and tell us.
No, I actually have the email here. It was sent to Adam Lewis, Johnny Noafal.
Yep.
Apologies if I got his surname wrong.
Noafal, yep.
Yeah, they were the two from venues.
On the 25th of August 2022.
Correct.
And did you get any feedback at all that, hang on, there's a problem here?
No, we did not.
Did you get any feedback that, thank you for such a good job?
I wasn't in the position to know. That's why I don't know. I do know that we did get some very good accolades from Infrastructure New South Wales,
but nothing came back from Mr. Lewis or Mr. Noafal with any concern.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay, not that you're aware of. If you just take on notice, if they made any response to your email from the 25th.
It wasn't my email, so they didn't come back to me.
If you can check in John Holland's records, did they respond? Yes, because it's very important for our deliberations. Mr. Fang.
Thank you. In the press conference where the announcement was made that we basically had to rip up the surface and replace it, the government, the New South Wales government, so I think it was the Premier or the Sports Minister, were quite clear that this was going to be a warranty claim against the builder and that there wouldn't be any cost to the New South Wales taxpayer. So my question is has the New South Wales government hit you with a warranty claim yet? Jason, do you want to answer that?
The answer is no. John Holland has a contract with Infrastructure New South Wales. John Holland stands by its contractual obligations, and if in the event it was factually proven by evidence that we were in fault or in breach of that contract, then yes, we would remedy.
Okay, so in those circumstances then, obviously there's been a lot of work that's occurred. We've replaced the whole sand layer. We've replaced pretty much all the drainage. There's some of the pipes got cracked in the removing of the stuff, and we've put new turf down and sand and the whole lot. And there hasn't been a warranty claim yet. Who's paid for all this?
Good question.
I'm not in, and Jason, we're not in a position to answer that because we haven't been asked to pay for it.
So it's certainly not the builder. So it must be Venues New South Wales.
You've got no indication at all from your insurer of any claim or any...
We've never been asked to respond to the drainage issue. It's never been raised as a matter of our concern. We obviously have... we work very closely with venues. We collaborate with them. They've asked us for some documents that we gave them at handover, and they've asked for copies of that again, and they were asking for that last year. We always cooperate with our clients, so if they ask us for something, we give it to them, but we haven't been told to come back and fix our problem.
Right, so you haven't been told at all, so
No.
it's your expectation you won't be involved in funding any cost, or your insurer funding any cost of whatever's gone on at
We've had no evidence to suggest that there's something for us to...
Well, that's a question we'll put supplementary to venues as to who is funding this, because it's contrary to what we were led to believe earlier in the day.
And just in those circumstances, if there was a warranty claim, it would be the case that John Holland would actually seek to do the work in the first instance, wouldn't it? Like you would seek to be involved in that, as opposed to just paying a bill for work that someone else has done.
The contract talks about exactly who's responsible to do certain things at certain times. So it would depend on the time when you were asked to come back and rectify. I think the point we're making here is John Holland has a very proud record of delivering public infrastructure.
Yep.
If it's proven and determined that we haven't met our contractual obligations, we always respond.
So you may or may not be able to answer this. Has this New South Wales government lied to us?
Oh, I don't think you can.
Fine.
No. Yeah, okay, there it is. I was waiting for it.
Okay, sorry.
I was waiting for it.
Yeah, okay, that rules you out,
We're good
Wes.
now.
The Deputy Chair.
Thank you, Chair.
Scrub yourself out, Wes.
Thank you for joining us today, gentlemen. I think we've found your contributions valuable so far. I am curious, though, why did John Holland not provide a written submission to this inquiry?
Look, to be honest with you, we first looked at what the terms of reference were, and we didn't feel, based on those terms of reference, that it was required.
Okay. Now, you commenced last year building the new Penrith Stadium, and that's going to be completed in hopefully late this year or early next year. Can I ask, who are the providers for your turf and your sand for that construction?
Yes, that's Evergreen.
Right, okay, so we're using the same suppliers. So, but from what I've heard today, you're saying that the problem at Allianz was caused by the turf, which was provided by Evergreen.
I don't think that's what we're saying.
Didn't say that.
We're saying at the time of handover, we satisfied all criteria under the contract.
Well, so did you have any hesitation about using Evergreen for Penrith?
No, we did not.
Okay.
No flooding in Windsor for 3 years.
Oh, I see. Right. Okay, well, that's my questions, Chair.
Emily Savard.
Thanks, Chair. Thank you to you both for appearing today. Did either of you inspect the turf as it was laid back in 2022?
Individually, not myself, and I'm not sure about Jason.
No, I didn't know, but members
absolutely, members of John Holland did. Prior to the harvesting, it's a very important time of the turf. The turf takes some 12 months to grow. So this turf was harvested in July 2022. So there were site inspections happening in June and July. Those site inspections are done by, importantly for us, our engineer, SportEng, and our supplier, which was Evergreen. And then John Holland, we would have one of our representatives go out there. So I do know that those inspections were definitely happening in June, July. There would have been others prior to that, but I think for the subject matter of the committee, they're two very important site inspections.
And it's correct to say that that the turf was past fit for installation at that time?
That's a very, very good question, yes, because our obligation is very clear in the specification, and we don't want to harvest the turf until we know it's going to pass the test. Similar to the sand results, we didn't want to put the sand there until we had the sand tested and verified that it's going to meet the specification.
Okay. Independent experts, so we heard obviously from STRI earlier today, have now said that sand layer was contaminated at the time of the build. And there is no evidence that the right testing was done, which would have picked that up. Is there an explanation for this?
It's hard for us to comment on what STR are saying. They refer to a report that we have, and similar to what Jason said in our opening statement, venues refer to what I imagine is the same report. We haven't seen that report that would suggest the evidence, that the data that they've got that draws them to their conclusion. So we can't comment on that conclusion.
But we can say we're very satisfied that we have met the specification requirements as verified by our consultant, subject matter expert, SportEng.
Okay. So whether it was contaminated turf, I nearly said surf then, contaminated turf or sand, contaminated turf or sand, does the buck not stop with you as doing this contract?
Look, similarly, like I said, at the time of handover in August 2022, we were satisfied that all of the works of the playing field, including the turf and the sand and the drainage, met all the requirements of the contract and specification.
Okay. SportEng certified that the field of works of play was okay for handover to Venues New South Wales. Now, clearly, obviously, there was something wrong. It wasn't okay. And we've now had, I think, 2 lots of remediation works at Allianz
on a brand new stadium. What are the learnings for John Holland Group around that you can transfer to the Penrith Stadium project?
Thank you for that. Thank you for that question. Firstly, I'd say the turf and the sand and the stadium as a whole was not okay. It was in accordance with the contract, and that's been validated by experts and certified in all the handover documentation that we gave Infrastructure New South Wales. So what happened after that, John Holland had no involvement. We hand over the stadium. We weren't involved in the maintenance of it. We weren't involved in anything to do with the playing pitch. So all we know is that when we handed it over, we have validated, certified evidence that we met our contractual obligation. So I don't think we have anything to feel bad about with what we handed over. We're very proud of it.
But may I add, in relation to your question regarding Penrith, we are adopting a very similar process insofar as there is a project brief.
Yep.
We are required under that brief to prepare design documents, drawings, specifications and the like. They will be shared, like they were at SFS, with Infrastructure New South Wales for review and endorsement. I assume those same documents will be shared with Venues New South Wales, similarly for their review and endorsement. And if they are questions in relation to that documentation, if there are suggested amendments in relation to that documentation, we are all ears. So if there are lessons learnt, they will be considered at that time as part of that review process.
Sure. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions from committee members? If not, I can thank David Cummins and Jason Vaughan for your contribution. And
illuminating.
I've only got one thing to say. You build Allianz. I go out there every Anzac Day to watch the Dragons get flogged by the Roosters. Can you do something about that?
No, I can't.
Not in the contract.
I don't go for either of those teams. So
well, I go for the losers. It's so painful. You can't believe it. But anyway, I need a higher power. Thank you very much.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Thank you
for
very
your
much.
contribution, which has been very useful to us. And that that concludes the committee proceedings for both. I think there's a few matters there on notice, and there might be some supplementary questions. So you'll hear from our secretariat. Do we need a little deliberative at the end? You've got some documents we need to swear into evidence. So thank you, and we can clear the room. We'll get on with our final stanza.